They my bestie. She's my bestie. That's my bestie. Your parrot eyes had me paralyzed. Toxic nigga, but you made me to a better guy. Smoke, but with you on forever, ever high. Can watch you all day, girl, like you televised. You think like this nigga, they ain't never lied. I left the bitches alone, I had to pick a side. Look in your eyes, girl, you were hypnotized. Of course, it was your breasts, hips, and them damn thighs. Close my eyes, I'm still mesmerized. To get mad at my bestie, I tried. That's my bestie, my pretty.
I heard she's the one, she's got it going on. That's my pretty eyes, baby. Yeah, yeah. She don't take no mess. My bestie is the best. That's my pretty eyes, baby. Yeah, yeah. I heard she's the one, she's got it going on. That's my pretty eyes, baby.
Put your eyes on me, pretty eyes T. Hey, what's up, everybody? We're watching day 22 of the Karen Read case. Sergeant Bukhenik is on the stand still. And then we get to watch old disgraced ass, no longer a trooper ass, Trooper Proctor, former, disgraced Trooper Proctor, the lead investigator that lost his job because of this case. He will take the stand. Also, so my timeline for the rest of this little rewatch, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do 2 streams tomorrow. So day 23 and 24, and then, I'm going to try to, and then on Sunday, I will do what testimony I think we need to hear before the other, what do you call it? What do you call it? The other trial starts. There we go. Because I will be taking Monday off. The night off anyways. So, and be starting at 9 o'clock my time, which is 11 o'clock Eastern time for this trial. And I will be watching, what do you call it? Trial, at night. I will have to take Thursday off, but I mean Thursday morning off. But I will do Karen Read at night, and we'll just see how it goes. If I get more views that way, then I'll guess I'll just keep the Karen Read night time, you know. But we'll see how it goes. All right, let's get started. That way I'm not on here forever. And so remember when I said yesterday that, you know, it's always an issue if the defense, you know, puts in evidence late, but the Commonwealth gets away with it. Okay, here's an example of that reason. And the reason is they don't have the information. The feds have the information. The feds won't release it. Because anytime the feds is doing an investigation, they're not going to release their information for another party. They're just not going to do it. They released what they could to both parties, but you're not going to know the gist of it. Okay? The Commonwealth had all the same information that the defense did, and yet they claim that there's more. There's more. So let's get started.
that the defendant produce what the Commonwealth is entitled to under Rule 14 and what every criminal defendant in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts must produce to the prosecution. It was not until the day prior to trial on April 15, 2024, that the defendant provided notice of all their experts. During jury impanelment, the Commonwealth filed a renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, and the defendant was ordered within a week to produce the expert opinion testimony that the Commonwealth is entitled to. We are now entering, I believe, week 8 of the trial. The Commonwealth has not received any intended expert opinions, anything that those experts, any written reports, opinions, or anything that those experts have based their opinions on. Essentially, the defendant's strategic decisions not to retain their own expert, but rather rely on the U.S. Attorney's Office investigation does not alleviate them or relieve them from their Rule 14 obligations.
See, there they go, right there. These have to do with the ARCA witnesses. And the Commonwealth could have hired them, but the Commonwealth refused to. Because if the Commonwealth hired them, guess what? They wouldn't have had a case against Karen Read. So because it goes against what the Commonwealth wants to do and the frame job that they, are continue on doing. And I call it a frame job, not because of like whatever may have happened in the house. I don't care about that. What I'm saying is it's a frame job because they're covering up what their own lead investigator did on this case. That's what I'm saying about a cover-up, a frame job. They'd rather go through with it because they were trying to protect Proctor at all costs because he was their investigator. But he was employed through the Massachusetts State Police, but he was also under the DA's office. They actually have offices in the DA's, which I think is weird, and I don't think, but whatever. So they're mad because they hired the same witnesses that the DOJ hired, and they don't like it. They don't like it. They don't like it, and they're throwing a fit.
Pertains to Dr. Marie Russell. The Commonwealth did not receive notice that she is an intended expert until about week 6 of the trial. And
now Marie Russell is a different story. Marie Russell was watching the trial coverage. She's saying that, those don't look like an accident. That looks like a dog bite. And she is a dog bite expert. She has more experience than anybody. When she did the whole voir dire, hey, and the Commonwealth could have asked all these questions, but they never did. And they're blaming it on the defense. Then when Brennan took over the case, he with the ARCA experts, he tried to make it seem like, the defense was hiding something. But I believe in this hearing, Jackson even states what the email said. So it was already spoken in court. But if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But if I remember right, he did say it.
On May 21st, and it wasn't until May 30th that the defendant provided a brief synopsis of what her expected testimony would be. Essentially, and looking at the balancing tests set forth by the case law, the Commonwealth was extremely surprised by this disclosure, and further, the Commonwealth would put that the defendant's delayed decisions to...
A trial is a living, breathing thing. Things pop up all the time. I mean, that Sally Port video? Yeah, that inverted one? It popped up just automatically. So you want to get mad at them for the same shit you've been doing this whole time. This whole time. You even withheld Sally Port video until after this trial was over. So let's be honest. You can't have it one way and not the other. It goes both ways. You guys gaslight and all this other shit that it's always the defense. It's always the defense. Poor us. Come on. And when the state doesn't, the defense doesn't got a case, it's always the state. It's always the state. You can always tell which one knows that they're going to lose. And what's funny is that Lally makes her get up and do this shit.
Produce reciprocal discovery is in bad faith. It is intended to ambush the Commonwealth and conduct a trial by surprise. We are still receiving reciprocal discovery. Over the weekend, we received additional photographs that the defendant intends to use. The Commonwealth is extremely prejudiced by these delayed disclosures. So looking at all the balancing factors, the exclusion of Dr. Russell is really the only remedy that's appropriate given that we are in week 8 of the trial. The Commonwealth cannot seek a continuance. The Commonwealth is sort of has their hands tied with how to effectively prepare for cross-examination of that witness as well as all the other witnesses. We don't have any materials. We don't know what the experts' precise opinions are and what they were testified to. And is essentially, it is in bad faith and there's no less severe sanction. So the Commonwealth.
Guess what, lady? We all know what they're going to testify to, that John O'Keefe wasn't hit by a car and the car didn't hit John O'Keefe. You know exactly what they're going to testify to. Fuck.
Commonwealth would move to exclude Dr. Russell, and at this point, we're essentially just seeking the reciprocal discovery that the Commonwealth is entitled to be able to effectively prepare cross-examination.
And Dr. Russell, okay, that was a late disclosure. But like I said, you brought in Sallyport video. That was late disclosures. So let's really be honest. You were dropping off Sallyport video long after the trial was over, the first trial. But you're the one that's picked on. Poor us, right? Poor us. Well, what about the woman you've cost thousands and thousands of dollars to defend herself because of this shit? All a money grab, man.
Nation of these witnesses so late in the game. Thank you very much.
All right, who's arguing this for the defendant?
There's no mic at counsel table, so I'm going to go to the podium with the court's permission.
Yes.
We need to be heard on this.
That's why we're here, Mr. Yannetti.
Thank you. I'd like to start with the most outrageous.
Okay, you hear? Okay, you just heard how long it took her and all that stuff, and when Yannetti starts getting going, she wait till how she treats him, and you tell me if she's not biased.
False assertion that the Commonwealth made in its motion.
Can I just ask you, there's no jury here, can I just ask you how long this is going to take?
Between 5 and 10 minutes.
Okay. Because I don't need, the hyperbole.
Your Honor, I need to make my argument in the way that I think is most effective for my client. I will keep this brief and succinct, but I have points to make that I need to put on record.
Okay, and I'm the person you are trying to convince, correct?
I understand that. The Commonwealth, in a public filing, wrote the following on page 3 of its motion. Quote, during a pretrial hearing on February 15th, when asked by the court whether there was any dispute about a canine's involvement or canine DNA, Attorney Yannetti indicated no, and that the defense was not pursuing such claim. I was astounded to read that for 2 reasons. First of all, it is false. It is a lie. Second, the Commonwealth has knowingly lied about something where it's easily verifiable that they lied. We pulled the tape from February 15th.
I don't have that.
I'm sorry?
I don't have that in my motion.
It's on page 3, Your Honor.
I have the Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, a motion to exclude defendant's expert, Dr. Marie Russell. I don't see your name at all, Mr. Yannetti. I'm on page 3.
Sorry, it's not page 3. It's page 4. My apologies. My name is right there on page 4. It says exactly what I just argued to the court. It's about the 5th line down.
See,
Starts during the final pretrial hearing on February 15th, exactly as I said.
Commonwealth go.
Okay.
All right? We pulled the tape from that February 15th hearing. Here is what was actually said. This court asked me the following, quote, while we're talking about DNA, Mr. Yannetti, do we need to be concerned about canine DNA? Where do we stand with that? I replied, no, I think this is the only outstanding DNA issue. The court then replied, okay, so all right, we're not dealing with canine DNA. And I said, no.
Had nothing to do with canine bites. Nothing. Only DNA. Only DNA.
There's nothing in there, contrary to what the Commonwealth has represented to this court in a public filing, that I said there was no canine involvement. There's nothing in there, contrary to what the canine represented to this court and to the public, that the defense was not pursuing such a claim. Can you imagine the nerve of the Commonwealth to spin that into...
This is the hyperbole I don't need. Could you please get to the point? We've got a jury coming in 15 minutes.
I understand, but this is my integrity has been attacked. There have been allegations of bad faith that has been attacked, and I need to defend myself and my client.
Exactly.
We were only discussing at that time whether canine DNA was still outstanding, and I succinctly replied, no. And they've spun that, or tried to spin that, into a claim that we're somehow waiving our right to argue that John O'Keefe's arm injuries were consistent with a dog attack. And I ask you, have they no shame? I'm sure it's not lost on this court that this false filing by the Commonwealth comes on the heels of their nefarious attempt to pass off an inverted video, a false video, before this good jury hearing this case. Never once during the direct examination of Sergeant Bukhenik did they inquire or mention the fact that the video...
Can we please... All right, I'm going to stop you.
Oh
please direct your comments to Rule 14.
Shut up, Judge. Let him fucking do what he's doing. Yes, we may not need the hyperbole, but his integrity doesn't need to be attacked. Because they're losing. Because they're losing. I really hope to God that they just told Brennan and all them other dummies, because I just aching suspicion tells me that the feds investigation really isn't over. uh I don't think the feds investigation's really over. I think Hank Brennan lied about it. I really do. I really do. Just so he can get one over. Because he's a liar. He's a big fat liar. That's what they've been doing to the defense this whole time. Calling them liars, telling them that they're throwing spaghetti at the wall. It's a fishing expedition. When they've been fishing the whole time. They've been fishing the whole time. All for what? For what? For what? I think that's why they keep on denying Karen's thing. Is because they're like, oh no, we need this to go through all the way through. Just the way it's intended. They want to play dirty? Let us play dirty. And we're the United States of America. I don't know. I just have a sneaking suspicion. But if it's not, it's not. Hey, I mean, I know the feds, and I know that they ain't just going to write you and say, hey, our investigation's over. No. See, they usually, do a press conference and let everybody know. Not just one side or the other. How come only the Commonwealth got told, but not the defense? But the defense was in cahoots with the DOJ this whole time, right? As Brennan said, it's all one-sided. It's only one-sided because you wouldn't give over the shit. You wouldn't give over the investigation to let them go through it. Caitlin.
And the reciprocal discovery obligations that the defense has. That's what this motion is. I know you had a speech you want to make, Mr. Yannetti.
Your Honor, most respectfully, it's not a speech.
Okay,
it's
so
a defense of being alleged to have committed bad faith.
So you've moved on from that. So please just focus on Rule 14, and let's do it in two separate parts.
Well,
so you've changed. You're not calling Frank Sheridan, right?
We are calling Frank Sheridan.
All right. So you've got a new medical, Dr. Russell. We'll do that part of it separately. Tell me about what you've provided the Commonwealth on Chris Van E.
They've gotten his CV, and they've gotten the substance of his opinion from us. And they've had that for a long time. And the court, I believe, has already suggested that voir dire will be done prior to his testimony.
All right, so it's starting to look like we might need a whole day of voir dire, and I'm trying to avoid that. So is the Commonwealth satisfied that when did you provide anything recently since the filing of the Commonwealth's motion, Mr. Yannetti?
Not on Mr. Van E, no.
What does the Commonwealth have on Mr. Van E?
On Mr. Van E, all the Commonwealth has is what's contained, the synopsis on page 2, the first full paragraph. We do not know what his opinions are. It says he'll testify regarding his opinions and conclusions about reconstruction and EDR data obtained in connection with this case. He'll testify to chronological data derived from the EDR, including key cycles and triggering events from the time.
That tells you right there what he's going to testify to, lady. They want to know his full testimony. They want to know word for word what he's going to say. I can't do it.
Time period in question. I have no understanding or information about what chronological data he's going to testify to, what his ultimate opinions are, anything beyond that relatively vague synopsis that does not comply with Rule 14.
Girl, you got his whole CV. You're lying, motherfuckers, you know?
Okay.
Similarly, what's outlined in the rest of the motion, that's all the expert evidence the Commonwealth has received from the defense is contained within the Commonwealth's motion.
Okay. So the defense needs to provide, I'd suggest you listen, the defense needs to provide what chronological data Mr. Van E relied upon.
I suggest you listen. See how she treats him? That was unneeded. How about you stop taking one word over the other, Bev? How about you stop doing that? You let in an inverted video in just a couple days ago. An inverted video. Not other way. It would have been okay if it was a not inverted video that they're trying to claim off as that it's all of a sudden it's a mirror da-da-da-da-da. Which is horse shit. And I hope this time that, they asked Jutris, so does the camera in Canton PD, does it when you first put it in, did you set it to mirror? You know what I'm saying? Because it's a setting. It's a setting. So they went in and they toyed with it, so it shows. It shows that it's not inverted. Bullshit. They know what they're doing. Come on. They got computer people on their team. They got another case where a guy claims that his videotapes were doctored. Just saying. This really pisses me off. Because this could be anybody. This could be any freaking body.
Exactly what his opinion is. All right, by the close of business tomorrow.
That's fine.
All right. Now, regarding the 3 experts from ARCCA. So I've read that report. I can't tell who does what or what the basis of their opinion is. So what have you provided?
Your Honor, we've provided everything that we know. We've mentioned to this court at sidebar, these experts did not arise from us.
I understand that.
These experts were hired by the federal government, and they provided a report to us pursuant to the TUI request, and it was specifically outlined that and ruled that they could not prep with us for trial.
So I'm to believe that the defense is calling 3 witnesses that you've never spoken to and putting them on the stand here?
Yes.
That's essentially, we've spoken to them only for the purposes of coordination of their testimony and their background. That's it. We have not been able to interview them regarding their findings, which are outlined in detail in the reports that both sides have.
See, I don't see that as being, the report, I don't see that as being detailed. It leaves a lot of questions as the gate.
See, lady, because you're biased. You're fucking biased. You're biased.
As to what they can testify to. Well, and you have not complied with your Rule 14.
Okay, I want to hear, because Brendan made a whole big stink about, emails to ARCA, and that the defense was hiding communications with ARCA and the DOJ and blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. I'm a crybaby, wah, wah, wah. When, I'm sorry, but nobody can tell the DOJ what to investigate and what not to investigate. They do what they want. Shit. They do what the fuck they want. So yeah, this is kind of crazy because
obligations.
We can't, Your Honor.
So you can't, but you haven't. So I am left with you haven't complied. So we need to get everybody here for voir dire. They can testify in voir dire, right?
Yes.
We need to do that well in advance of their testimony.
Okay, that's fine, Your Honor.
All right.
Yep.
And now tell me about this ER doc. Is she an ER doc? I haven't seen her. She's not a pathologist, correct?
She's a pathologist, but she has a lot of experience in an ER, which is why she has the.
She's a pathologist. She's an ER doc. She's a bite expert. She was an ex-cop lady. She was an ex-car reconstructionist. The lady's got more things under her belt at her age than most people do in their lifetime. The lady is well renowned, okay? Inspiring lady. And you're trying to don't discredit her for what she's got going on.
Experience of having seen dog scratches and dog bites and dog attacks.
All right, so this is not somebody that was involved in the federal investigation, correct?
Correct.
All right, so you need to provide immediately. I want a voir dire of her this week. So we can get her here Wednesday, and we want the other folks up here from Pennsylvania this week as well.
Okay, well, we'll make those calls.
So we need to pick a day. How long do you expect the voir dire of each of these witnesses? If, in fact, the defense has not spoken to these witnesses from Pennsylvania about the nature of their opinion, you must want it too. To be able to question them. How long do you expect the voir dire of each of these witnesses to take? I went and told the jury last week, excuse me. last week that we were going to get them this case by the end of the month based on your representations, which included voir dires. It looks like at least a day of voir dire hearings here.
Yeah.
Yes.
See, she acts like the defense is the one that inconvenienced this jury. Let's talk about the Commonwealth. Let's talk about all the people that testified about this stupid snowstorm and all the people at the bar and the Aruba trip and this and that and 2 juvenile witnesses. People they didn't need a call. But now because the defense, we need a voir dire, it's all the defense's fault, right? She can because she's the gatekeeper. She can say, you violated Rule 14. They won't be able to testify. But see, you're supposed to be able to put on a defense. It's your, and she knows that that's what she has to do. Like, she knows that lawfully, like, if it goes to the appeals, it's going to get overturned. She doesn't want that. But a lot of shit that she's done in this trial, they're making record of it. It's biased because this time around, she is telling the defense, no, you can't have this person. No, you can't have this person. No, you can't. But they let any dog in with the Commonwealth that, they even have a dog behavioral list that's not even expert, whatever, okay, coming in. You have a meteorologist talking about how the ground was hard. What? But you have very skilled people. She said, no, you can't have an XBI or ex-FBI agent come and say that this investigation was BS from the start. You can't do that. No. Even though that's like one of their defenses. Their defenses is a third-party culprit and botched investigation. I swear that this case is gonna. I'm really want to see how 2.0 turns out, but I'm not ready for like Brennan's gaslighting bullshit. His lying ass, lying on the defense. He loves to lie, because he knows that the media is watching, like they're all doing this because of the media. No, she's doing this because she's not guilty. Like, come on, stop. And look at Lally just looking down because he's a bitch.
At least with regard to the, of course, at least with regard to the ARCA witnesses, that's my co-counsel's bailiwick. He anticipates that unless there are, a substantial number of objections during the voir dire, he anticipates being able to accomplish that between 45 minutes to an hour with each of those 3. With regard to Dr. Russell, we anticipate a half hour. I'm sorry, only 2 from ARCA, that's right.
You're only calling 2? Which 2? Are you calling the 2 that are certified as accident reconstructionists?
Doctors Richler and Wolf. Yes.
See, and Brennan was like, well, why didn't they call the third guy? Because the third guy didn't agree with their da-da-da-da-da. Brennan, the new let me say paid hit for the Commonwealth. He's a douche, but he said that the only reason why they called the only 2 is because the third one didn't agree. He said that. And I was like, what? Stop. They were trying to kill time. Like, they weren't trying to have this jury waiting. But Bev acts like it's only their fault. With all the half days, the days off, all this other shit. It's not the defense's fault. And Lally taking forever to answer how hard was the ground bullshit in this trial. It's ridiculous. Why can't I hear? Hey, Lally, bitch, turn on your mic. Look at him slouched down like he... Oh, poor me. Okay, let me stop turning it up. Let me be nice. Okay, we're going to get started. I don't know what's going on with the audio right here. So anyways, they're going to have a voir dire and blah, blah, blah. And I don't know what else they're reading, what she's reading or whatnot. Maybe they silenced it. No way. I'm going to have to go back and see if I can find it. Because on Sunday, I may have to... And when we do like the rest of the testimony, I feel like we need to watch before the trial starts. I think that the trial starts is I'm going to go back and find the rest of this hearing because it's either right before the voir dire or right before the voir dire or somewhere. But anyways, okay, let's get back to Bukhenik on the stand. And sorry, there's no closed captioning for this one. I don't know why.
Hey. All persons having business before the Honorable Beverly Corona, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court before the County of Norfolk. You shall be heard. I say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Read.
Good morning, Judges. We all met here at 8:30 to try and streamline things, and as a result of what we did this morning, it looks like there'll be some.
I don't, if you wouldn't have been calling so many days off, and half days and all that stuff, you wouldn't have to tell him what's going on.
This week. That we will all meet to go through things that we need to go through, but we will excuse you. I just don't know quite yet when that will be. We'll know by the end of the day today. And also on the 21st, originally we said we'd be off for the 21st, but again, you know that we don't want to take up any more of your time than necessary, so we will meet on the 21st, but just in the morning because I have a long-standing afternoon that we cannot cancel. So the 21st will be a half a day. So we'll let you know more as the day progresses. All right, I do have to ask those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left on Friday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
I forgot how.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, read anything about this case since we left here on Friday? Thank you. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. Can we get Sergeant Bukhenik, please? Jim, do you have that flash drive? No. The flash drive that I gave you in Friday? Great.
You sound sure the evidence recorded during the case down here, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
So when we left off on Thursday, we were discussing the Sallyport video that was introduced by the Commonwealth on Wednesday during direct examination. Do you recall that?
I do.
When he introduced that video, Mr. Lally asked you several very specific questions about the video, including if you recognized the video in general, correct?
Yes, he did.
And you said you did.
I did.
He also asked you whether you recognized any individuals in the video at a particular time where he paused the video and you used your green laser pointer to point out a couple of individuals that you recognized. Do you recall that?
I do.
And in that pause, you indicated at that time on Wednesday that you recognized Trooper Proctor and what you thought was yourself, the person slipping at the front of the SUV, correct?
I indicated that Trooper Proctor and myself were in the video, and there was an individual slipping in the front of the vehicle.
And then on Thursday, you corrected that to make sure that we were clear about it. The person slipping was actually the tow driver, not you, correct?
That's what it appeared, so yes.
Okay, I'd like to take a quick look at that with the court's permission at 4:46. May I publish that?
Yes.
This is 4:46. It's the same video that you were shown by Mr. Lally. We're at runtime about 5:37 and 05 p.m. I'm sorry, I said runtime. I meant time of day. Thank you. As a matter of fact, the time of day would be most easily seen right down here, although it's pretty small from where you're at. If you can't see that, please let me know.
I do not see that, no.
Okay. Your Honor, I'll hold off on that question, and I may ask the court for relief in just a moment. If we can play this for just a quick second, and I'll ask you, Mr. Bates, if you can pause it. Go ahead and pause there. Okay. Sergeant, this is the basic video, the point at which it was paused when Mr. Lally asked you to identify the individuals in the video, correct?
I believe it was a different time, but I'm not sure.
Do you remember using your green laser pointer, pointing at the person in the back and identifying that person as Trooper Proctor, and then pointing at the person in the front, screen right, mistakenly as you? You remember that?
I remember indicating where the individuals would be, yes.
Okay. And so do you have the green laser pointer with you?
I do.
Could you point at the location where you see Trooper Proctor?
I do not know specifically right now if that is Trooper Proctor behind the vehicle, but when Mr. Lally asked me to indicate where we would be, it was in this location here.
You're indicating toward the rear of the SUV.
Correct.
On Wednesday, and I just want to draw your attention back to your testimony on Wednesday, you used the laser pointer and pointed at two different individuals. Person toward the back, and you identified him as Mr. Proctor, as Trooper Proctor, correct? On Wednesday.
I indicated that Trooper Proctor and myself would be in the shot in the rear of the vehicle. And then I indicated that I'm wearing a olive drab baseball hat, and Trooper Proctor's wearing a winter-style knit black hat.
Isn't it true that on Wednesday, the question you were asked from Mr. Lally is, Ms. Gilman, from Mr. Lally, Ms. Gilman, if you can just pause there for a moment, as the sergeant's almost falling in the video, and the court said, keep your voice up, Mr. Lally. Do you recall that?
I do not recall that, no.
Do you remember Mr. Lally saying, Sergeant Bukhenik, with reference to any of the individuals you see in this video, do you recognize any of those individuals? And you responding, I can recognize Trooper Proctor and myself. And you used the green laser pointer in doing so.
Yes, I did.
And that was on this area, may not be to the frame, but this is where the video was paused when you made that identification, correct?
It was approximately at this time.
Okay, so you were then asked after you identified, and at that time you did identify Trooper Proctor, and again, mistakenly, yourself, correct?
I directed the laser to the area where we would be.
Okay, and Trooper Proctor is the one toward the back of the truck.
Again, I cannot tell you which individual. There are multiple individuals there. I do not know at this point in time where it's frozen if that's exactly Trooper Proctor. I know we were present at that location, and I know what he was wearing for a headdress and what I was wearing.
All right, so you have to move along from this point.
Then why did you, one more question, Your Honor, then why on Wednesday did you indicate very clearly the person toward the back of the SUV was Trooper Proctor? If you don't know, why did you say that on Wednesday?
During the frozen frame, I could tell there were two individuals back there, and I was, at one point in time, in that location with Trooper Proctor.
That appeared to be Trooper Proctor in the back of the car.
From where the video is frozen right now, I cannot tell.
So you're changing your testimony from Wednesday?
Objection.
Are you changing your testimony?
I am not changing my testimony, no.
Okay, next question, Mr. Jackson.
You then asked whether the video was true and accurate as in terms of its depiction of what you saw, what you observed in Sallyport that night, correct?
I indicated that the video is true and accurate to the location.
And you were then asked whether or not, in looking at that video, or watching it, either you or Trooper Proctor approached, manipulated, touched that right rear taillight at any time, and your answer was never, correct?
That's correct.
And while you testified, this is the video that was displayed for the jurors, correct? But it was this orientation, the front of the truck facing right, the rear of the truck facing left, correct?
That's correct.
And for all appearances, it would appear that the right rear taillight of the SUV is the one facing the jurors, if you will, facing the viewer, right? From appearances. You didn't know anything different.
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure. Just from the appearance of the video, as it is now, the appearance of the video, it looks like the right rear taillight is the taillight that's facing the jurors, facing the viewer, toward the rear of the truck, correct?
As it is frozen, correct.
And on Wednesday, I want to move through this relatively briefly, Sergeant. On Wednesday, you did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
It was not brought out, no.
Not brought out by, I mean, that's a passive way of saying it. I'm asking you directly. Did you mention that this was an inverted video?
Not on Wednesday, no.
On Thursday, Mr. Lally finished his questioning on Wednesday, then came back on Thursday. You continued on direct examination under questioning by Mr. Lally again to start the day, correct?
That is correct.
And during that testimony on Thursday morning, you also, under direct examination, did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
I did not know.
And then it was my turn to ask you questions. You recall that?
I do.
And then I began asking you questions about the accuracy of this video, and at that time, for the first time, you said it appears that it is a mirror image. It's an inverted video, correct?
I advised you that it is a mirrored image at that point, correct?
Would you agree with me now, as you sit here, that this video, as we're looking at it, is not a true and accurate depiction of what you viewed in that Sally Port that night?
I would not agree with you, no.
Do you believe that what the jurors are seeing right here is a true and accurate, surveillance footage of the Sally Port that night?
Yes, it's just mirrored.
Which means what's left is right and what's right is left, correct?
Correct. If the jurors were actually standing where the camera is recording, which it's recording all accurate depiction of activity and events taking place, the back of the vehicle would be on the right and the front of the vehicle would be on the left, but all activity is accurately depicted in the video.
So, in point of fact, everything in this video, every bit of it, is reversed, correct?
It's just a mirror image.
So it's not accurate.
Well, I
is it?
wish you nothing but the
It's an
best.
accurate depiction of what is taking place.
Sergeant Bukhenik, if I were to ask you, let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say you were investigating a circumstance in which a suspect was being identified by 5 witnesses based on a tattoo on that person's left arm. And then you go show that witness, or those series of witnesses, an inverted version of a photograph of that person with the tattoo appearing on his right arm. And those witnesses all say, no, that's not the guy. I remember the guy. The guy had the tat on the left arm. Would you think that that's an accurate depiction of the person with the tattoo?
Nope.
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you agree with me that an inverted video is not accurate? It's inverted
No.
by definition, right?
It's an accurate depiction of the events taking place.
You've reviewed
When
this video in
ghosts
its
keep
entirety.
on coming
right?
in, ghostly
Yes.
bodies
About
keep
how long would
coming
you say this
in.
video is
Yeah,
in its
okay.
runtime, from start to finish?
I did not take note of the length of the video.
All right, I'm going to ask you, Mr. Bates, if you could, with court permission, can you just pull the cursor back to the beginning of the time of day for this video? And pause it there. Can you see, and this is not an eye exam, can you see the timestamp on the lower left-hand side?
No, I cannot.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I could do this.
I'd like to see it sidebar.
Sorry to hear that. But always protect yourself and your space. Nobody's peace needs to be disturbed. Okay, what are we doing? She lets the ship fucking slide. Like always. It's just so hard to watch, man. It'll get better. People only treat you how you allow them to treat you. So if you keep your foot down, then you know. Come on. Are we done?
You are unmuted.
Thank you.
Jurors, sometimes lawyers have what we call stipulations. Rather than prolonging either testimony or calling an additional witness, lawyers agree as to certain facts. So what the lawyers have agreed to here is that this video begins at 5:30 and 23 seconds, 5:30 p.m. and 23 seconds, and it ends at 5:48 and 15 seconds. And the total runtime of the video is 5 minutes and 51 seconds. All right, your questions, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you for that, Your Honor. Sergeant Bukhenik, given the fact that the beginning time, the time of day, is 5:30 and 23 seconds in the evening, and the end time of this video stops at 5:48 and 15 seconds, would you agree with me, without doing the math down to the seconds, that's about 17 minutes and 50 seconds or so?
In real time, yes.
In real time. The actual time of this video, the runtime of this video, however, is only 5 minutes and 51 seconds, less than 6 minutes. You'd agree with that?
That is what's captured.
So that means that about 2/3 of the video is missing, correct?
Yep.
It's not missing, just not recorded.
It's not there.
It was never there.
I'm not saying it was ever there. I'm saying I don't know if it was ever there or not. Neither do you. I'm saying it's not there. Correct?
It was never recorded.
Well, you don't know what has been, when and wasn't recorded, do you?
Objection.
I'll let him answer that.
Do you?
I can only speak to what was turned over and what we received, and based on the evidence that was produced, the video that was produced is what we got.
I understand. So based on that answer, you acknowledge
And
you
that's
don't know
why,
what may or may not have been recorded.
keep on
without your
getting
knowledge.
videos. You're a
No.
liar. You're a liar.
Did you notice that there were obvious portions
you
of the
don't
video
lose your job
in
now?
which individuals
No.
just seem to appear or apparate out of nowhere?
It's not a smooth recording of the events. When the motion triggers the recording, the video appears as if a person appeared in the video.
Apparation.
But that is due to the triggering of the recording.
What?
Well, you don't know what it's due to because you're not an IT person who actually captured the video, correct?
Objection.
Sustained asked that differently.
Sure. You're not the IT person, the technical person who captured this video, correct?
I am not, no.
You don't maintain this video system, do you?
I do not know.
You don't know the inner workings of how the video system was originally installed or how it operates, correct?
Based on my training and experience, I know that certain systems, due to the
Why?
restriction of the storage
Why?
of the system, they try to save the storage and trigger the recording only by motion or certain time.
Police officer surveillance video. You're full of shit. They're never motion activated. They're always 24 hours constant. You are full of fucking shit.
Time parameters. So in this video footage, I could tell you that the video is triggered by motion to record.
Well, how much storage did this system have?
I do not know.
What was the level of storage at the time that this video was taken? Was it 60%? Was it 99%? What was it?
I do not know.
So you actually don't know, Sergeant, the inner workings of this system, do you?
Yeah.
I do not know all the inner workings of the system.
But you do know that there appears to be portions of this video missing and portions of this video in which people just seem to apparate
Yes.
out of nowhere.
Yes.
It's not missing. It just was not recording.
Let's move to, I think it's 5:37. A few seconds.
I hate fucking douches like you.
Okay, if we can, with the court's permission, can we play about less than a minute?
Yes.
And you know what's so funny, too, is all the snow is off of her car, and it just got done traveling down a million miles away, 30 miles away, right? And all the snow is off the car. It's off the car. There's snow on the side right here, meaning there's been a vehicle right here. Unless there's been, a cop car that's been parked here, I guess. But how come all the snow is melted off of her car? That's what I want to know. And it was a supposed blizzard, so there should have been snow on the car.
Pause it. You see where the person that was toward the back of the vehicle went in this video?
It appeared they went behind the vehicle.
Which would be which area of the vehicle, the right or the left?
The right.
In real life, not on this
The
video.
right.
In real life, it would be the right rear portion of the vehicle.
Toward the taillight area.
Yes.
That quarter panel, correct?
Let's go ahead and play it. Pause it. It appeared that someone just seemed to appear out of nowhere from
Yep.
the rear of the vehicle.
Yep.
Just
Yep.
now.
Due to the triggering of the
I
motion,
asked you why. I asked you if. Did it appear if someone just appeared out of nowhere in the back?
It's already been recording. It didn't just trigger the motion. You're fucking gaslighting, bitch.
that's what the footage represents. Yes.
Can we go and play this?
Keep it up.
Pause it. Did you see that the person walking away from the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified
There's
as
still a
Proctor
person right
appeared to have
there.
a notebook, black portfolio in his hand?
Yes, I did.
And can you see from there, I'm going to ask you this, basically knowing the answer, can you see from there the time of day on the lower left side
No.
as that person leaves the screen?
No, I cannot.
Would you disagree if I indicated to you that was 5:38 and 7 seconds in the evening?
I would have to see it for myself. I cannot agree with you based on your statement.
You want to maybe approach briefly?
Sure.
constant, man.
You are unmuted.
All right, so Sergeant, we're going to ask you to go take a look at that, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And please don't speak until you're back in the witness stand. Thank you. All right, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to look at the time of day at the point that the video is paused right now?
Yes, I did.
What is that time of day?
5:38:07.
5:38 and 7 seconds, correct?
That's correct.
And remind me about how far of a drive in time is this location at Canton PD from 34 Fairview?
With no traffic, no adverse weather and road conditions, several minutes, four minutes, maybe 5 minutes, depending which route you take.
Your Honor, I have a flash drive that I'd like to have marked.
Is this a different flash drive than we had on Friday?
It is, and I can explain it sidebar if the court wishes.
All right, are you just marking it, or do you intend to show it?
I intend to show it with the court's permission.
All right, so we'll mark it for identification, and then I do need to see you, yes. Thank you.
Maybe a court.
Yes.
We're back in session, being seated.
Does counsel need to see me, or are we all set?
I think we're all set.
Right ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. As a matter of housekeeping, I would ask for the admission of the last item that was marked for identification.
XX. Was it YY? Oh, it was back again,
I did the
okay.
same thing.
All right, so that will now be what, Madam Court Reporter? Thank you.
And with the court's permission, I'd ask to display that video. Yours?
Okay.
Yeah.
If you could move that to a runtime of 1 minute and 17 seconds, so thereabouts.
I don't think we need that information.
And go ahead and pause that. Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in what's just been
I
marked
know I
as
don't have
Exhibit 542?
whatever. Maybe
I do.
you do.
I
Maybe you
recognize
need it.
It's an inversion of the video provided from Canton PD Sallyport.
It's actually, again, that inversion corrects the
Maybe you
perspective.
made it.
Would you agree with that?
I would.
Okay, so now we're looking at what we've always been looking at, but it's clear it's looking at the driver's side of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And everything is properly oriented, is that right?
It's an accurate depiction of what is taking place.
Meaning right is right and left is left in this video.
The vehicle came from the right into the left. The driver's side is visible and is closest to the camera.
If we could go ahead and, thank you, Sergeant. If we could go ahead and play this for just a few seconds, please.
And there's a person sitting right here. And somebody walks to the back. And there's somebody right there.
You saw the person that was toward the back of the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as Trooper Proctor moving toward the right, I'm sorry, yes, the passenger side taillight area in this video, correct?
I observed the person walking that way.
Let's go ahead and play it.
There goes another person. There goes another person.
Awesome. And you see the person toward the taillight area moving out of frame just now, correct?
I did, yes.
That person had the that black portfolio in his hand.
That's correct.
I'd like to ask Mr. Bates if you wouldn't mind moving the cursor back to the beginning before the video, I'm sorry, before the SUV was actually in the sound port.
It's pretty sad that the defense had to do this shit.
Do you see what's depicted in the video now at runtime, at the beginning of the video?
I see the still frame. I'm observing the still frame.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Can you see from where you are, sir, can you see the chyron at the bottom of the video in blue, indicating the date stamp and time stamp? Can you see that from where you are?
I see the blue color. I don't know what exactly it is.
Are your eyes good enough to see that that is completely inverted?
They are not.
They're not inverted?
They are not good enough.
That was a good answer to a bad question on my part. With the court's permission, would it be possible for the sergeant to approach the screen and take a look at that timestamp?
Can you do that, Sergeant, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Were you able to, may I inquire? Yes. Were you able to see that timestamp?
Yes, I was.
Sergeant, did that timestamp appear to be inverted?
The blue writing appears to be backwards.
So in this version of the video, which has been inverted from the version shown by the Commonwealth, the timestamp also was inverted, correct?
What appears on the screen is inverted.
Thank you. I'd like to zoom in on, just with the court's permission, on a portion of the middle of the video.
Okay.
Sergeant, I want to direct your attention to an area of the video right above the hand truck. Do you see that area?
I do.
Do you see that white object just above the snow line?
I see something there. I do not know what it is, if it's an object or it's more snow.
Can you tell if that's a sort of dirty white rag?
I cannot tell what it is.
Kind of looks silly.
We can take that down. We've seen a corrected version of that Sallyport video from that camera. There's also another camera on the opposite side of the Sallyport, isn't there?
There is.
And that one, for lack of a better phrase, that one came out pretty grainy. Would you agree?
Yes, it's not perfect quality.
The other view would show, given the fact that it's on the opposite side of the wall of this video, that actually would show the right rear portion of the SUV as it was parked in that Sallyport, would it not?
Yes, it would.
Let's take a look with the court's permission. This has already been marked as 446. I believe it was introduced last week.
Okay.
Could you display that?
Yes.
Thank you. I know it's very hard to see, Sergeant, but could you tell me, as the video is paused right here at the beginning of the timestamp, can you see the outline of the antique police car?
I can make that out, yes.
And it appears that there's no vehicle in the foreground this side of that antique police car, correct?
That's correct.
You also can see that this video is in fact not inverted. It's the correct orientation, right?
That's correct.
And obviously it's pretty lacking in quality, but you can make out the fact that there is an outline of a vehicle there, correct?
There's an outline of, oh yeah.
Correct.
We can play, may I approach the screen briefly?
Yes.
If we could, with the court's permission, begin playing at this time, this is about 5:07 and 10 seconds. That's time of day. We can play for about a little less than a minute.
Okay.
Then there's a car there.
Sergeant, did you see what was depicted on the video that just ran from 5:07 and a few seconds until it was just paused?
I did watch the video.
And how much time would you estimate elapsed as we just watched that video in real time?
15 seconds, maybe?
Okay. And do you see something? You see something in the foreground that just sort of appeared there next to that antique police car?
It appears that the SUV has now pulled into the Sallyport and there's an individual standing behind the SUV.
And do you see what the time of day is on that timer?
I do not.
Can you see that it's paused at 5:50,
That kinda looks like Brian Hagan.
46 seconds?
I cannot.
This is the last time I would ask that unfortunately, I cannot zoom on this, Your Honor. With the court's permission, would the sergeant make one more trip to the screen to give us the exact time that this is paused?
This is the last time, Sergeant. Would you please?
Thank you, Your Honor.
What was the time? What is the timestamp where the video was paused?
5:50:46.
5:50 and 46 p.m. Correct?
That's correct.
So it appears that this video in about 15 seconds jumps 42 minutes to the 5:50 mark. Correct?
I don't know how much it jumps.
Well, from 5:08 approximately to 5:50 approximately, how much time is that?
Approximately 48.
42 minutes, right?
Excuse me, 42. Yes.
That's okay. And this reads a vehicle which shows the right rear taillight portion just appears, correct, at 5:50.
There's a vehicle that appears. There appears to be an individual standing behind the vehicle. It's not just a taillight that appears.
But Sergeant, the exact time that would show what Trooper Proctor was doing at the right rear taillight, that is missing.
Objection.
Sustained.
The exact time that would show what the person who you identified on Wednesday as being Trooper Proctor, that video is not there, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
This video, Sergeant, you will agree, if that 42-minute period existed, that would have shown, that would have been the only video that would establish the actual condition of the taillight the moment the SUV arrived in police custody in that sally point, correct?
Objection.
You can ask that differently.
Is there any other video other than this one that would show the exact condition of that taillight as it pulled in to the driveway and then to the sally point? Or is this the only one?
From that location,
Correct.
that is the video that captures that time frame.
And that's also the video that captures that area of the car, correct? The right rear portion of the car.
Correct.
At that 42 minutes, and when the car arrived until 5:50 in the evening, that portion is missing, correct?
It's not missing, it's just not recorded.
It's not there, Sergeant Bukhenik. I'm not splitting words with you, splitting hairs. It's not there. It's gone, correct?
It's not on the screen now.
It's not anywhere, is it?
I do not know.
That's all I have.
Okay. Well,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Welcome back, Cold Pepsi.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
So how this video was played before the jury on Wednesday during your direct testimony, the condition of that video, the view of that video, that's how you received it from the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
So nothing was done to alter it, change it in any way, shape, or form from when you received it to when it was played before the jury.
Objection.
sustained. You can't leave, Mr. Lally.
What if anything was done to alter or change that video, received it to the time that it was played before the jury?
Objection.
Ask it differently one more time.
As far as the condition when you received it and the condition when it was played for the jury, what was different?
There was no manipulation, alteration of the video between
I'll allow the answer.
when we received it from Canton Police Department, when I played it, and when it was played for you.
Lies.
Now, as far as the cameras are motion activated, correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the skipping that you observed at various points of the video, was that something that occurred once or more than once?
More than once, repeatedly.
And was it one specific portion of the video? And by that I mean, was it only at the beginning, or only in the middle, or only at the
No
end? Or was it
police
sort of
department
It's
has
consistently happening when there's lack of motion. The video
motion-activated
does not
cameras.
record
Get the
because it's not
fuck
triggered
outta
to
here.
record.
From the video, at least as far as you've seen, the one that you were shown on Wednesday and the one that you were shown today, or the portions that you were shown today, what, if any, difference did you note between the content of what's contained in the video?
The content of the video is accurate depiction of what's taken place. The only difference that I noticed today is that the version played was actually inverted from the original version that I received and which was produced.
Your Honor, with the court's permission,
Oh, it's
I would
okay,
ask
because
that the entirety
Trooper
of that
Proctor's
5 minutes
going to
and
say
51 seconds
that,
video played for the jury.
that he's seen the original
May I have
one.
one moment, Your Honor?
And lies, lies, lies. He eventually says that, oops. I seen the original. I don't know how it got inverted. Just wait. He's coming up. He'll be on the stand. Blows your testimony right out the water. And they're okay to have employees like this. Police department is a sham. A sham. It's a damn shame. Okay. Go get him.
Pause there, Ms. Young.
Go get him, kid.
And that area just played before the jury, that is when the vehicle was brought in by the tow truck driver from the flatbed from the driveway video into the Sally Port area, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm gonna be good. Sergeant, I'm going to direct your attention to the person that just opened the driver's side door. That's the tow truck driver, is that correct?
That's correct.
Just ask you to take a look at the door and in particular the snow on the door when he closes that door. Someone, if you could. You pause just for one moment. Now, Sergeant, if I could direct your attention back to the ring video. I think it was video 153 from Exhibit 6. When you were shown that video on cross-examination and asked about any movement that you saw on the driver's side rear tire, things of that nature. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you recall that portion of the video
Lally.
it's alleged that Mr. Reed's vehicle came close to or made contact with Mr.
Lally,
vehicle in
here
the
we go
driveway.
with the gaslighting bullshit. Okay? That's because that snow is melted. Anybody knows that fresh snow on the ground, it's harder to move off because it becomes compact. It's not easy to manipulate. You're a dummy. You're an absolute dummy. Because if you're going to say that there was no snow that came off that car, there was. It just wasn't a big clump. Because it wasn't melted. It was fresh. Fucking dummy. Do you go snowing? I mean, skiing on a freaking melted fucking goddamn snow? No. You go on fresh, compact, because it compacts. Okay? That's why you go skiing on it, you know? If you went on, you wouldn't be able to ski on mush. Lally?
At that point, did you observe any snow coming off of Mr. O'Keefe's car when they came close to each other?
Anybody that knows...
I'll allow it.
Anybody knows about snow? I know. Come on. You're full of shit, Lally. Just like the ground was frozen when it just barely started to fucking snow. It takes a long time for the ground to freeze. Snow has to be sitting on top of that ground for a while for the ground to freeze, sir.
I don't remember exactly if there was snow coming off the vehicle. There was snow falling, and that was captured by the ring video. I don't recall if any snow came off the vehicle.
Shut up. Shut up, douche. You're a douche. Right. Recross. Oh yeah, we're gonna have the testimony of Nicholas Barrows. Barrows, the only freaking dignified cop in this bitch. Only one that ain't gonna sugarcoat nothing for nobody. Has no skin in the game. Shit. Stand up guy. Stand up officer. He's a stand-up dude. Who was that guy? Who was the guy that just left? Hold on. Who was the guy that just left? Was that fucking Tully?
Now, again, you had a conversation or an interview with the defendant on the afternoon of January 29th when you were indicted, correct?
That's correct.
And during the course of that interview, she made statements about her broken taillight and when that occurred, correct?
Is that Tully? Or is Tully over there?
Thank you. And Mr. Officer, we can have the light back up. Now, Sergeant, that video starts at approximately 5:30 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Is that before or after the ring video 153 from Exhibit 6 at 5:07 in the morning at Mr. O'Keefe's house when you can see the defendant's smashed halo?
Objection.
So the objection sustained. Ask the question.
5:30 p.m. on January 29th, is that before or after 5:07 a.m. When you observed the defendant's vehicle on the ring video at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
That is after.
And is that before or after you observed on the ring video the defendant, Ms. Roberts, and Ms. McCabe driving the defendant's vehicle and parking it in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's house?
It's after.
And is it before or after about, say, 8:22 in the morning, at some point when a Canton Cruiser parks in the driveway behind the defendant's vehicle?
Stop it.
And is it before or after about 12:30 p.m. or so when the defendant and her father and her brother from the videos from Exhibit 6, the ring videos on One Meadows Ave, are parked in and around the defendant's vehicle and then leave with the defendant's vehicle to go to Dayton?
It's after.
And is it before or after the video that you testified about on Wednesday in regard to the surveillance video from the defendant's father's house in Dayton when that vehicle was being loaded onto the truck and you can see the taillight there?
Withdrawn.
It's after.
Point being, Lally?
Now, again, you had a conversation or an interview with the defendant on the afternoon of January 29th when you were indicted, correct?
That's correct.
And during the course of that interview, she made
Yeah,
statements
he's
about
almost off, and
her
then
broken taillight
the
and when that occurred, correct?
Objection.
ex-trooper hits.
Do you want the instruction,
stand.
or do you want to come
And
see me
you'll
at Taco?
find out why he lost his job. This one needs to lose his job too. This one needs to lose his job too. This is his supervisor. Then there's the other dick face that will be coming up. The one that called the CERT team to go search, and they found those miraculous taillight pieces just sitting there, just saying hi, but they couldn't find it in 2 inches of snow. Give me a break, man. Give me a fucking break. I hate this case. I hate it. I hate it. Oh, I hate this case. This is why people distrust the police. Because of douches like this. I can understand 1 or 2, crapshoot in a barrel. But like the whole damn,
You are unmuted.
the whole set of them, and they're right in the same office as the DA. Now tell me they ain't covering for somebody. Like no detective should be working
Now, Sergeant,
underneath, right in the same office. Talk about
between
bias.
the version of the video that you and the jury witnessed on Wednesday and the version that you just witnessed the entirety of right now, again, what, if any, difference as far as the depiction or people or places between those two versions of the video?
Outside of it being a mirror image of itself, it accurately depicts any activity or action in the Sally Port.
Okay, no it don't.
And at any point in time that you were in the Sally Port area of the Canton Police Department garage, did you or Trooper Proctor ever go near, touch, manipulate the rear
Oh, they went
passenger
near
side
it.
taillight area
Oh,
or the
they
rear
went near
passenger
it.
side quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle?
We absolutely did not.
That's an absolutely lie.
Now, if I could turn you back to some questions you were asked on cross-examination about
They do it every time. They do it every
something
time.
that was reported to the Chief Medical Examiner's office. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And some questions about statements that you had made to the OCME at approximately 10:41 a.m. on January 29th. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And you were asked some questions about reporting it as a possible domestic assault, correct?
That is correct.
And can you explain to the jury what led to that
No,
statement as far
he
as what you
said a
knew at that time and
fight.
why you would make those statements to the
A
magistrate?
fight, a physical altercation, not a
The Massachusetts General Law
assault.
directs us,
Stop
just
it.
as it gives the district attorney's power to and authority over all death investigations. That's the following section.
Yeah, which means you guys have too much motherfucking power.
section 4 of that chapter, following section from section 4, section 5 of that chapter directs all state medical and police entities to work in coordination with the medical examiner's office. By law, we're supposed to work together on the medical legal investigations that the medical examiner's office conducts. We conduct the criminal portion of the investigation, they conduct the medical portion of the investigation. Thus, I contacted the medical examiner's office and advised them that what we had learned at the time. Up to that point, we had learned that the defendant stated that she hit him. We had collected, meaning the Canton Police Department had collected a broken glass.
Where were those statements, sir? Because that's I hit him shit didn't come out until like 6 months before the trial. Do you want to try again? Oh, fucking liar face.
So based on the physical evidence and the statements made by the defendant to the first responders at the scene at that point in time, I had communicated those.
First responders at the scene. A lot of them said, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Until you had one compromised firefighter that's friends with freaking the homeowner's daughter come in cahoots to make that statement, sir.
Those facts.
And you know, if these friends that are covering for these other friends, no friend would ask you to do that. No real friend would ask you to do that. Anyways, I know I wouldn't put any of my friends' lives in danger like that, or their livelihood in danger like that, because that wouldn't be. Then I'm no friend. But if they cover for me just because they want to, that's on them. Okay? But I wouldn't want anybody to put their livelihood on the line for me. Okay? If I fuck up, I fuck up. I'm not a narcissistic punk dick face that has abuse of power. All you douches should lose your job. All of you. If I lived in Massachusetts right now, I would be upset. I would be rallying every fucking day at the Massachusetts State Police until you guys were gone. Because you're compromised. Tully's compromised. They already got rid of Proctor. Even the DA. He's compromised. You guys are sick. You know, Brian Albert already retired. They need to get rid of fucking Higgins. He's another dick. Katie McLaughlin needs to lose her job, along with her two people that she compromised to say that they heard I hit him as well. When none of them told the freaking ER doctor that it was a hit and run. Nobody said that. None. It's not documented in any reports, nothing. And I'm quite sure that if somebody made statements such as I hit him, it would be in a fucking report.
To the medical examiner's office. That way they would document it, but also be prepared to investigate the case with the most up-to-date information available.
Now, at that time that you made that statement to the representative from the chief medical examiner's office, had you been to Good Samaritan Hospital and seen Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
I have not.
And had you obviously seen any of the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had sustained prior to making that statement to the medical examiner?
I had not.
Now, as far as the information that you received, you mentioned first responders indicating that the defendant had stated, I hit him. Who was the first responder that provided that information?
The Canton Police Sergeant Good.
In addition to that, did you or Trooper Proctor speak with any of the Canton fire personnel?
Yes, we did.
And who did he speak with?
I believe it was firefighter Flametti.
So firefighter Flametti, is that correct?
That's correct.
Flametti.
Now, after going to Good Samaritan Hospital and viewing Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, as far as what you had earlier reported to the medical examiner, what, if anything, changed based on those observations as far as your opinion as to what had transpired?
Based on what I learned from observing the injuries, I could tell that the glass...
Yeah, I'm going to allow it. You can move to strike it, but I'm going to allow it.
I could tell that the glass was most likely not the object, the weapon, which was used to cause the injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Oh, is that why there was two other male contributors on that glass? Or
Thanks, sir.
two other contributors? Sorry.
Yes.
There was 3 unknown contributors. One was John O'Keefe, 2 are unidentified.
Thank you, sir. I'm no further questions.
Any recross?
Very briefly.
Okay.
In your report to the OCME, you said it was a glass to the face, not to the back of the head, correct?
I'm not sure how they wrote it down, but I would need to be refreshed on my memory.
Okay, fair enough. May I approach?
Yes.
Last sentence. Yeah?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
What did you say to the, or what did you report to the OCME?
That there was a possibility that the decedent was struck to the face with a glass.
You also
Woo! Say what now? Whoa, I didn't know that one. Not plastic shards, not a 7,000-ton vehicle, but a glass to the face. Sure it wasn't the back of his head? Could be either or. Interesting. A glass to the face. Now her interview makes so much more sense.
with regard to the phrase, I hit him, or the Sergeant Good and or Flamati telling you that she said, Ms. Reed said she hit him. When did Sergeant Good tell you that?
Yeah, when did he say that? Because he sure the hell didn't say it on the stand. He sure the hell didn't say it on the stand.
It would have been during our conversations at the police department.
And when did EMT Flamati tell you that?
He never told me that.
So the only thing you were going on with regard to the phrase or the
You
statement.
just got done saying that Flamati said that, dude. See, you keep lying and then you backtrack it.
That you claim my client indicated, where my client indicated she hit him, is coming from Sergeant Good.
That information at that time was provided by the first responders from the scene.
And
Okay, now it's the first responder. So you're not going to give a name? You, as an investigating officer, you should give a name. Sir?
Sergeant Good then relayed that to you, correct?
At some point, yes.
Is there a single report memorializing that Sergeant Good reported to you that morning before 10:41 a.m., before 10:41 a.m., that my client made the statement that she hit him?
I don't believe so.
Bam!
I want to shift gears real.
So how the hell do you know that a glass to the face was the weapon? See, I think you and Proctor knew that this was an assault ahead of time. Like, before you got compromised into it. I really think that you and Proctor were going to run a smooth investigation. I do. Until Chris got involved, Higgins got involved, until others got involved. I really think you guys were going to run a real investigation, in all honesty. I really do. I think you were asked, as a friend, to cover. And that's what's sad, is you guys became biased. Became biased in this. And guess who's going to have their jobs on the line because of this? It would be you guys. Not saying your jobs are on the line, because the MSP, they think you're wonderful. And we know that you can run a thorough investigation. I'm not saying that you're always doing this shit. But I really think that you really were going to run it as an assault, because those injuries didn't come from no car. That's a stretch. I think somehow, some way, either the DA asked you, because you work right underneath him. Or the slick boardman asked you, or somebody asked you. And that's when you guys became compromised. Because that right there would have been reasonable doubt. For you to say that he got a glass to the face and not a taillight to the face says a lot.
Real quick to the video. A couple quick questions about that. When did you, and I'm talking about the higher quality video, like the one that was in When did you receive that video? What date?
I'm not sure. It was at some point in either late April or early May.
After
no one won the case because it's a mistrial. The jury didn't know what reasonable doubt is. But this whole case stinks. Okay? All right. Back to the trial.
we had started this trial.
Objection.
Do you know?
I do not, Your Honor.
If after
No one's up with
mid-April, correct?
But great.
I believe so. I'm strictly speculating.
Who asked you to retrieve that video?
I did not retrieve that video.
I'm sorry, that's a presumptuous question. At what point were you asked to secure the video? Or were you ever asked to secure the video?
That video was never secured by me. I was not asked to secure it. I just was asked to review it.
Okay, so who did secure the video to your knowledge?
I do not know.
You're aware that it was, well, let me ask you a couple of different questions then, based on that. You've already testified that you knew that the Canton Police Department was recused from any investigation concerning this case, correct?
At one point, we learned that the Canton Police Department, the decision was made way above my level, and I was advised by Detective Lieutenant Tully that Canton Police had recused themselves from the investigation as far as interviews go.
You knew that that recusal was because of a connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert family, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you know, or were you informed, that the recusal was based on the connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert family?
Objection.
So it's sustained for the same reason I sustain the Commonwealth's objection at sidebar, Mr. Jackson.
Last question. Who provided the video?
I do not know.
Canton Police Department, wasn't it?
You asked who? That's an entity.
Okay, what entity provided the video?
It came from the Canton Police Department.
Thank you. That's all.
Yeah, why wasn't the video taken to MSP? See, that's where this all gets convoluted. Convoluted.
All right, Sergeant, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth call Officer Nicholas Barrows to the stand.
Okay.
Let's go, Barrows. The only freaking decent human being at the top.
You sworn to the evidence of the court during the case now against the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did.
Sorry. All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Nicholas Barrows, Barros,
And how are you employed, sir?
with the town of Dighton.
And what, if any, role or what do you do for the town of Dayton?
I'm a police sergeant for the police department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Dayton Police?
In total, started in 2011, 14 years this December.
And how long have you had the rank of sergeant with the Dayton Police?
A year and a half.
Now, if I could direct your attention to January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
I do.
And were you working that day?
I was.
Did you recall what kind of shift you were working on that occasion?
I was working the 8 to 4, the day shift.
And was that the only shift that you had worked on that occasion, or how long had you been on shift by the time you came on for the 8 to 4?
That particular day, I was working from 8 a.m. to midnight. I was on a double.
Now, at some point when you first came in, with reference, if you could explain to the jury just briefly or in general terms, when you come on shift for the Dayton Police, what, if any, communication, well, first and foremost, what was your role as far as that particular shift was concerned?
I was the officer in charge that day from 8 a.m. to midnight. When I came in at 8 a.m., the outgoing shift, the midnight to 8 shift, had advised me that a resident had called the police station on a 911 call requesting a ride to Brockton Hospital to meet his daughter due to her daughter's boyfriend passing away, and he needed a ride due to the snowstorm.
And then, as your shift continued, what, if any, further contact or who, if anyone, reached out to you in regard to that earlier situation?
Later on, I believe it was around 2:30 in the afternoon, I received a phone call from the Norfolk.
Oh, but wait. I thought he wanted a ride because I thought he was calling because his she was suicidal. Oh, that didn't happen? Thanks, Barrows. He just wanted a ride. But he was calling up saying that she was suicidal. Okay, cool. More lies. More lies.
District Attorney's Office with the troopers assigned there, and they had stated that they were going to come to Dighton to retrieve a vehicle that was involved in a homicide.
And did they give you a specific address as far as where they were going?
I believe the address was 345.
See right there? That's a lie. That was involved in a homicide. It should have been that maybe is a suspect in a homicide investigation, not was. See? Even at 2 o'clock, or whatever clock they said, they were already saying it was involved in a homicide. So they already made the decision that they're going forward with it. Wow.
Country Hill Drive in Dighton, North Dighton.
And with regard to that address, what, if anything, did you recognize between that and the earlier call that you were just speaking?
That was the address that came up on the 911 call when that gentleman had called earlier on the prior shift.
And at some point, did you come to find out who the residents were at that address on Country Hill Lane?
I did.
Okay.
Who did you find them to be?
It was the Reed residence.
All right, so Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, and Mr. Lally, you too. Okay.
And the Reed residence was at a William and Janet Reed, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as you received that call at about 2:30, do you know specifically who you spoke to around 2:30 in the afternoon?
Trooper Michael Proctor.
And as far as that earlier information that you were talking about with the 911 call, what, if anything, from that did you impart to Trooper Proctor?
I advised Trooper Proctor that we did receive a 911 call on the midnight to 8 shift about the resident looking to get a ride to Brockton Hospital.
And during that initial call, how was it sort of left as far as what, if anything, you were going to provide as far as assistance or with regard to the troopers on that first call?
On the first call, the troopers just had asked me if I could meet them at that residence as a courtesy since they were coming into my jurisdiction.
And what, if anything, did they indicate to you as far as where they were or when they felt they would be arriving in that area?
Trooper Proctor advised me that they were heading, I believe, from Canton, and once they were about 10 minutes away, they would recontact me so that I could meet them at the residence.
And subsequently, later in that afternoon, did you receive further contact from Trooper Proctor?
I did.
And do you know about what time that was?
I believe the first phone call was around 3 p.m. that he had called me and said that they would be there in about 10 minutes.
And upon receiving that call, what, if anything, did you do?
I had contacted, Trooper Proctor had asked me to contact our tow company to have them meet us at the residence as well. And I said once I hung up with him, I would contact the tow company and then respond to that address on Country Hill Drive.
And is there a specific tow company that the Dighton Police uses with regard to towing the vehicles within the town?
During that period, it was Diamond Towing.
And so did you contact someone at Diamond Towing in reference to responding to that address as well?
I did. I contacted the owner, and he responded.
Now, as far as that area of Dighton, if you could explain to the jury sort of what you observed as you were coming down towards that residence on that day.
Okay, so when I responded to that address, that street is off of 138. When I turned onto Country Hill Drive, I was traveling west. When I arrived on that street, I observed a black pickup truck parked on the street facing east. I was flagged down by that black pickup truck by the driver and was told that they were the troopers that I had spoke to, Trooper Michael Proctor and the other sergeant.
Sergeant that left the room as you were coming in?
Correct.
And what identification did they provide to you in reference to that?
They showed me their ID and their badges.
And then from there, where did you proceed?
I had parked my marked police vehicle at the end of the driveway since it was a snowstorm and we could not get into the driveway, and then we walked up to the residence.
So when you say it was a snowstorm and we couldn't get into the driveway, can you expound upon that a little as far as explain to the jury why it was that you couldn't get into the driveway?
It was about a foot of snow in the driveway.
And as far as that snow that you observed when you arrived there,
not
was that
all the
snow,
way up to his knees.
How did that snow appear as
or
far as
hips,
had it
whatever.
appear as if it had been shoveled or snow blown or untouched, or how did it?
It was untouched.
Now, as you're going through the snow, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's yourself, Trooper Proctor, and a sergeant from the state police, and if anyone else is going along with you.
I had an officer that was field training with me that day, and he was with me as well, and we went up to the residence. And
as you're walking up to the residence, what, if anything, did you come upon as you're going towards, say, any door or getting closer to the home?
I remained at the garage. The two troopers went to the front door and made contact with the homeowner.
Now, as far as you were there specifically for a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Did you observe a vehicle in the driveway at any time?
Yes, we observed a black Lexus SUV in the driveway.
And what, if any, observations did you make to the rear area of that vehicle specifically?
At first, I did not go up to the vehicle. I just remained at the driveway and waited for the troopers to come back. And once they came back, they were let into the house through the garage. I had walked in with them briefly and then went back out to the garage and remained with the vehicle.
And as far as at any point in time, did you have any conversation with anyone named Karen Read that day while you were at the house?
I did not.
Now, with respect to you come back out to the garage, is that correct?
Correct.
And the troopers are inside the house, is that also correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, do other vehicles come down to the driveway area of this residence that you were at?
I had contacted the highway superintendent after speaking with the troopers about how to retrieve the vehicle since the driveway was untouched and had about a foot of snow. I had made the decision that I would call the highway superintendent and see if that he would come and plow the driveway so that the tow truck would have access inside in the driveway.
And just in reference to this driveway, just if you could, not exact footage or anything, but how close is this Lexus SUV parked in relation to the roadway? How long is that driveway?
It's got to be about 150 feet off the roadway, if not more.
And if you recall, from where you're standing at the point of the garage, was what part of the vehicle was facing you? Was it the front of the vehicle, the back of the vehicle, the side of the vehicle?
I was looking at the left side of the vehicle.
And at some point, did you make any observations of the right rear part of that Lexus SUV?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe about that area of the vehicle?
I saw that there was some damage to the right rear taillight. To my best ability and recollection, that taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked, and a piece was missing, but not completely damaged.
And then beyond the taillight area of that vehicle, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as damage to the rear passenger side area?
Like a dent on the rear quarter.
And as far as the dent on the rear quarter panel that you saw, was that above the taillight, below the taillight, or something else?
It's probably right in conjunction with the taillight in that same area.
And from the time that you made these observations of the vehicle, at any point did you go sort of physically up to the vehicle?
I walked up to the vehicle, correct.
And about how far away from the vehicle did you get?
5 to 10 feet away.
And as far as the sort of outside or exterior of the vehicle, you mentioned obviously there's about a foot of snow on the ground. What, if anything, precipitation-wise or weather-wise, was around or on the outside of the vehicle?
Just snow.
And in particular, in this area of the right rear passenger side of that taillight, was there any snow or ice or anything around that area that you observed?
On the vehicle itself?
Yeah.
Yes, on the vehicle there was snow on the vehicle.
And not to put words in your mouth, but sort of caked on there, is that correct?
I guess you could say caked on, correct.
So you'd reached out to the highway superintendent to have someone come out and
Leave
plow
it
the
alone,
drive,
Molly.
correct? And do you know about how long it was between the time that you made that call and the time that the plow driver came out to clear it?
Less than 10 minutes.
And the sort of clearing of the driveway and the process of that, do you know about how long that took?
I'd say another 10 minutes or so.
And as far as the time that the troopers went into the house, at some point the troopers obviously came out of the house, correct?
Correct.
Do you know about how long it was that they were inside of the house?
More than 30 minutes, less than an hour.
Now, at any point in time that while you were there, did you yourself or did you see anyone else touching or making any contact or manipulating or anything in that rear passenger side area of either the taillight or the dent that you
I did not.
I'm sorry.
I did not.
Can I have a moment, John?
Yes.
Thanks, sir. I have no further questions. John.
Okay, cross-examination? All right, Sergeant Barrows, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
Do you want to call another witness or morning recess?
Morning recess, but, Your Honor, if I could just, either before or after, I just need to address one thing with the court at sidebar.
All right, so we'll send the jurors out. Jurors, why don't we take the morning recess? Tori, thank you.
Here we go. Here we go.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Trooper Michael Proctor to the stand.
Disgrace, Trooper Michael Proctor. Let's go. Okay, this is about to be good, baby.
Well, if you want to throw this down there, do you mind please step up and after your face in? Raise your hand. It's also the executive court adjourned case down here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Come on, Your Honor. Come on, jurors.
Don't say good morning to them, you piece of shit.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Poor job.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yeah, Trooper Michael Proctor, Proctor.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am currently assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's
Not
Office in the Homicide Unit within the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have
Trooper, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up loud, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, if you want, that microphone in front of you is adjustable, so however close or far away
He
you
can
want.
no longer say he is employed for the Norfolk DA's Detective Division at the Massachusetts State Police. he is now dishonorably discharged. And you're going to see why during this trial.
How long have you been a trooper with
great.
For about 10 years, and it'll be 5 years in September with the homicide unit.
Now, with reference to your work with the homicide unit, with the detective unit at the district attorney's office, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to your work within that unit?
I've attended several homicide schools. I've also been certified in Celebrite software programming. I've also,
wait.
in
You
addition to
went
homicide investigations.
Hold on. You went to several homicide schools? Did they tell you how to botch a fucking investigation? Did they teach you that? I'm quite sure they told you that, you must keep integrity of every case, right? And not to sit there and text your buddies about the suspect of your investigation. Whatever. Okay, let's go.
Have worked within the narcotics unit on several different investigations there as well.
Unit.
Now, with respect to your work with the detective unit, as far as you have sort of an on-call system?
We do.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that works or how those specific days for your on-call duties are assigned?
Sure. So a Sergeant Bukhenik usually sets the on-call rotation. It's at random, and your on-call is from 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. Any unattended death, homicide, suicide, overdose, things of that nature that comes in during that time frame, you own it. That's your call.
Now, were you working in that capacity with the detective unit on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And at some point in the morning, did you receive a call in regard to a situation in the town of Canton?
I did.
And what, if anything, was that? When did you first receive that call?
Sergeant Bukhenik called me at approximately 6:48 that Saturday morning, advised that Canton PD had a male party that was discovered in the snow outside of a residence, and he wasn't sure what had happened. It was originally given to me as a possible medical situation.
And based on that initial call and that initial information that you received, what, if anything, did you do?
And at that point, I knew I needed to gather further information, so I contacted Detective Lank from Canton Police Department to see exactly what transpired in the morning. He had informed me that a male party had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital with some injuries. Detective Lank didn't have much more information, so I knew I needed to contact the paramedic at the hospital, the individual who's treating Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, before we get to that, if I could, I'm sorry. As far as Detective Sergeant Lank was concerned, was that someone that you called on your own, or how did you get his information, or why did you call him specifically?
I knew he was on scene, so I called Detective Lank.
So that was some information that you had received at some point earlier, and then you contacted Detective Sergeant Lank.
Correct.
And following that, you reached out to whom? I'm sorry?
Firefighter Anthony Flamati.
And with reference to that conversation, what, if anything, did you learn from that?
Firefighter Flamati informed me that...
I'm going to allow it.
Firefighter Flamati informed me that Mr. O'Keefe had some injuries to his right arm, some abrasions to his right arm, some injuries to his eyes, a cut to the nose area, and he put a 10% chance of survival for Mr. O'Keefe.
And then based on that information, who did you call next?
I contacted Sergeant Bukhenik, advised him that this sounds like it's more than a medical situation.
And what, if any, decision did you and Sergeant Bukhenik come to with regard to what to do or where to go or what the next steps should be?
So there's a couple different steps. Number one, it was blizzard conditions, and we operate, Ford Fusions or Chevy Malibu. So we got authorization to use our personal vehicles that are four-wheel drive, and to meet at Canton PD and to speak with the responding officers.
And about what time was it that you and Sergeant Bukhenik arrived at the Canton Police Department?
It was approximately 10 a.m. that morning.
And so, Trooper Proctor, if I could ask you, whereabouts were you at about 8:22 in the morning?
Home.
Had you shoveled out of your driveway at that time?
Not yet.
Had you cleaned off your car at that time?
No.
So you arrived at the Canton Police Station about 10 a.m. or so. When was it that you arrived in relation to Sergeant Bukhenik, if you know?
At Canton PD?
Yes.
I don't recall if Sergeant Bukhenik arrived first or myself.
But suffice it to say, at some time you both arrived around 10 a.m., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where did you go with the Canton Police when you arrived there?
We spoke with the, Sergeant Sean Good.
And what, if anything, did you learn from Sergeant Good?
Sergeant Good informed us that while he was on scene, he identified Kerry Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, Karen Read. He also informed us that Jennifer McCabe was out early in the night at a waterfall bar in Canton with some individuals, and that she was the one who called 911 when they found Mr. O'Keefe in the snow that morning.
Now, with regard to the parties that you just mentioned, prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware of either Jennifer McCabe or Kerry Roberts, or Karen Read, or John O'Keefe?
I've never met any of them.
And at some point subsequent, did you have occasion to meet and speak with Ms. Read?
Yes.
And do you see Ms. Read in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just for clarification purposes, if you could identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing.
She's seated between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti wearing a pinstripe sport coat.
Just ask the record reflect identification of the defendant.
Yes.
Now, after you speak with Sergeant Goods, did you speak with anybody else at the Canton Police Station?
No.
And where did yourself and Sergeant Bukhenik go from there?
We then traveled to the home of Matthew and Jennifer McCabe.
Now, with reference to when I say you and Sergeant Bukhenik, at how long a period of time was it that you were with Sergeant Bukhenik on that date of January 29th?
It's from 10 a.m. approximately when we met at Canton Police Department until when we returned to the Canton Police Department that afternoon around 5:30 in the afternoon. So all day. We also had a debrief meeting with just the troopers in my office at Canton PD. So at least from 10 to 6, 7, because we also went back to the office with some evidence.
And so from that entire time, from 10 in the morning until later on in the night, other than maybe short drives in individual cars, were you essentially with Sergeant Bukhenik that entire day?
Yes, we used Sergeant Buchenek's pickup truck that entire day. I left my personal vehicle at the police department, and I rode with Sergeant Bukhenik all day and into the evening.
Now, from the Canton Police Station, where did you and Sergeant Bukhenik go?
The McCabe's house in Canton.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with there?
We spoke with Matthew and Jennifer McCabe, as well as Brian Albert.
And those interviews that you conducted, were they how were they conducted?
One-on-one, Sergeant Bukhenik and myself kind of rotated out Jennifer, Matthew, and Brian. So first we interviewed Jennifer, and then once that was completed, we had her step out, go to a separate room, brought in Matthew, and then the same thing with Brian.
And for the balance of the interviews that you conducted several interviews over the course of your investigation in this case, is that correct?
Correct.
And for those interviews, as far as individually done, was that primarily what you did with each of the people that you interviewed over the course of the investigation?
Yes, each interview conducted was either with Sergeant Bukhenik or another trooper in one-on-one, with the exception of Julie and Chris Albert, I believe, were in the same room as us.
Now, with respect to, I believe you just answered it, but as far as each of the interviews that you...
That's a lie right there. You got caught in a lie right there. Because Jim McCabe said Matt McCabe was there with her. And that Brian Albert, was upstairs supposedly and then came downstairs or whatnot, blah, blah, blah. All this dumb shit. Why would you, okay, and I have another question. Why would you respond to Canton PD first before you go to the hospital to find out about the patient? See, fishy. Fishy, fishy, fishy.
Conducted over the course of your investigation, was it at any point in time, was there an interview that you conducted just by yourself?
There was just one.
And who was that one that you conducted by yourself?
That took place just at the grand jury across the street. It was the Currens. I had some difficulty locating them, so when they appeared for grand jury, I interviewed them one-on-one by myself prior to their testimony at grand jury.
You had attempted to meet with them prior to them coming to the grand jury, is that correct?
Yes.
And they had not been responsive to that?
Correct.
However, they were responsive to the summons, and so you interviewed them before they went into the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Other than those, as far as Mr. and Mrs. Harvey, every interview that you conducted was in the presence of at least one other trooper?
Correct.
Now, as far as you mentioned one name that we hadn't discussed before at the McCabe household, a Brian Albert. Prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware or did you know Brian Albert?
And I met Brian Albert until that interview.
Now, following the interviews that you conducted at the McCabe household...
But you knew Chris Albert.
After the interviews at the McCabe household, Sergeant Bukhenik and I traveled to Good Samaritan Hospital for two reasons. One, we knew Miss Reed was there receiving treatment for Section 12. And two, we wanted to view Mr. O'Keefe.
And when you arrived at the Good Samaritan Hospital, was the defendant, Miss Reed, still at that facility at that time?
We spoke with the security staff at Good Samaritan Hospital. They informed us that Miss Reed was released.
I'll allow it, just as to where you went.
That Miss Reed was released several hours prior to our arrival.
And do you know about what time it was that you arrived, yourself and Sergeant Bukhenik, at the Good Samaritan?
Maybe approximately 1 o'clock.
And you mentioned there was a second reason, and that was to view Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And did you have occasion, or did you have a chance to view Mr. O'Keefe's body at the Good Samaritan?
We did.
And where was that within the hospital?
That was in the emergency room.
And when you went to where Mr. O'Keefe was, can you describe for the jury what, if any, observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time that you observed?
The first thing I noticed on Mr. O'Keefe is he had abrasions on his right arm. On the top of his right arm is approximately 6 to 8.
Don't act all emotional and shit now. Because you didn't give a fuck about his goddamn death. If you're botching the investigation, sir. Bullshit. Yeah, you're probably emotional because you did fuck up this case.
Ranging from his forearm to his lower bicep. There was no injuries underneath that forearm. Both eyes were swollen and black and blue. He had a cut on, I believe it was his right nostril, another smaller cut, I believe it was on his left eye. Those are the injuries that kind of jumped out to me.
At any point in time, did you make any observations of the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head while you were there?
I did observe blood on the back of the head. I wasn't able to tell if there's any significant trauma to the back of his head.
Now, from the Good Samaritan Hospital, yourself and Sergeant Bukhenik, what, if any, items did you secure in evidence from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
So after we viewed Mr. O'Keefe's body, we observed a pile of clothes in the corner that hospital staff had cut off Mr. O'Keefe and kind of piled into the corner. The one thing that had jumped out to both of us was one sneaker.
Usually they pile it at your toe, at your foot. Normally, they pile it at your foot, or they put it in a what do you call it? A patient's belonging bag. They don't just throw it off to the corner.
And it's fairly common in a motor vehicle pedestrian strike that.
Sustained. Next question.
Don't try to
I'll strike
put
them
your
fairly common.
opinions
The
on
observations.
people.
As far as the clothing that you observed, can you describe the clothing that you observed?
Yes. We observed one black sneaker with a Nike logo, a pair of blue jeans, a belt, boxer shorts, an orange T-shirt, and a two-tone gray,
Hey, Hud.
light kind of hooded sweatshirt type of material.
Now, Trooper Proctor, over the course of your career responding to unattended deaths or death investigations as a member, as a detective of the unit, how many of those have involved situations where a pedestrian was struck by a motor vehicle?
While I've been in the unit, maybe 3 or 4, and then I've other experiences on the road.
And as far as the other experiences on the road, can you expound upon those as far as how many or
Why
what
don't
time
you
period
ask?
we're talking?
Hey,
About 6 years I spent on the road.
you know, why don't you ask Chris Albert what they look like? Why don't you ask Chief Rafferty what they look like? Why don't you ask Paul O'Keefe what they look like? And I understand his brother's no longer here, but he too has been in a drunk driving hit and run altercation. Why don't you ask all 3 of those people what it looks like? Because it looks nothing like that. And that's them in another car. All except for Chris Albert. Chris Albert's is a different story.
So maybe another 3 or 4.
And with reference to those pedestrian crashes, what, if anything, have you seen in those prior investigations in regard to sneakers or footwear of pedestrians involved in motor vehicle crashes? Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this.
Stop putting your opinions on people. That should be left for the medical examiner. Let the jury decide. Stop putting your opinion on everybody. I hate when people do that. Let them decide if he was hit by a car. They know what she's charged with. When you constantly say that about somebody, then people get confirmation bias.
Proceed, John.
Yes.
Now, with reference to your prior experience with pedestrian crashes involving motor vehicles, what, if any, observations have you made on those prior occasions in regard to the footwear with respect to the pedestrians in motor vehicle crashes?
In those experiences, I've observed one, if not both, pieces of footwear remained at the point of impact.
And so, with respect to your observation,
Okay. Sometimes none. Yeah, you can come flying out your shoes. But also, if you're hit hard enough, you can come flying out your shoes. Or if you say you were inside of somebody that makes you take your shoes off inside, and you didn't have both footwear on because they didn't put both footwear on, they forgot. I can also be the case. You jumping the gun because you only had one shoe on is beyond me. I just think you were compromised. I think you guys were ready. You were gonna do a good investigation until you found out who was all involved. Then
Of the
that's
clothing,
when
there only being one sneaker at Mr. O'Keefe's property. What, if any, significance did that have to you as far as the sort of steps you took subsequent in your investigation?
this family
That was just
believed
a little piece of evidence that Sergeant Bukhenik and I picked up that only one piece of footwear revealed the potential of a vehicle strike.
Now, in addition to Sergeant Bukhenik is one of your supervisors within the detective unit, is that correct?
Yes,
And there's another one, a Lieutenant Brian Tully.
that's correct.
Now, with respect to the one sneaker that was found in Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if anything, with regard to that, did you communicate to Lieutenant Tully?
Objection.
As to how it goes to the investigation,
Yes.
I'll allow it.
Of course you will.
Sergeant Bukhenik and I informed DLT Tully that there was one shoe at the hospital.
Judge Canoni.
And with respect to Detective Lieutenant Tully, are you aware that subsequently in the afternoon that there was a search that was conducted in the area of 34 Fairview Road where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Yes.
And are you aware of what, if anything, was recovered in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found on that day?
Objection.
I'll allow it as to the investigation.
Yes.
And what are you aware?
We were informed, Sergeant Bukhenik and I were informed that CERT team and Detective Lieutenant Tully discovered a black Nike sneaker with a white swoosh logo that was a match to Mr. O'Keefe's shoe at the hospital.
Now, from these items of clothing, sorry, let me just let the siren move on. Trooper, in addition to the shoe that you've already referenced, what, if anything else, did you observe about what kind of clothing and the condition of the clothing that you observed at the hospital?
The clothing seemed it was wet. It was pretty well saturated. The right sleeve had some cuts to it, like tears to it. There was blood and vomit on it, if I recall. Those were the observations I had made of the clothing. And they had been cut due to rendering first aid as well, the pants area.
Now, subsequent to viewing these clothing items at the hospital at a later time, did you have occasion to observe surveillance video from a variety of places on the evening of January 28th into the early morning of January 29th, depicting Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you note with regard to the clothing that you observed at the hospital and the clothing that you observed in the video?
So the videos I reviewed at C.F. McCarthy's bar and the Waterfall bar were the same clothes Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that Sergeant Bukhenik and I had secured at Good Samaritan Hospital.
Now, Trooper, I'm going to ask you some questions just in regard to securing these items specifically as evidence, but in general terms as far as securing items and evidence within your unit. How is that accomplished? How is that done? What do you do with items that you deem of evidentiary value that you then secure?
Generally, if we take an item for evidence, we'll put it in a brown paper bag, document it, time, date, who secured that item, address, where it's discovered, and then we'll bring that back to our office, to the evidence processing area. From there, it'll go to a permanent evidence room that has triple retention. It has an actual key, a key card, and an actual access code. And only 3 members of my office have access to that room, the 2 evidence officers and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
And at this time, in January 29, 2022, who was assigned as the evidence officers who had access to that room?
So that'd be Trooper David Chico and Trooper Jeffrey Kukowski.
Did either yourself or Sergeant Bukhenik have any access to that evidence storage?
No.
Now, with reference to these items that were seized and, say, items that were seized subsequent during the course of your investigation, did they go through that same sort of evidentiary storage process that you were speaking about before?
Yes.
Now, with reference to, in addition to the clothing items, at some point did you come into possession and seize Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
Did you recall where?
How come? Okay, if you collected all this stuff on the 29th, how come it wasn't turned in until March 14th on some of this stuff? Because you were too busy doctoring the scene and, waiting to take... You're supposed to hand it over right away, It's called chain of custody for a reason. Evidence logs for a reason. Checking in evidence for a reason, sir.
Where it was that you received or retrieved Mr. O'Keefe's phone from?
We received it at the Canton Police Department.
And was that prior to you going to the Good Samaritan?
After, I believe.
After. So following the Good Samaritan, where did you go from there?
So after the Good Samaritan Hospital, Sergeant Bukhenik and
Yeah, because Lank had it, didn't he? He had John's phone? Yeah. Because that's who Carrie gave it to or whoever. Mm-hmm.
I traveled to 345 Country Hill Drive in Dighton.
And why did you go to that location?
that was the residence of Miss Reed's parents' home, and having a brief conversation with Miss Reed on the phone, she informed us she was at her parents' house.
So you had called Ms. Reed, spoken to her, and informed her that you were coming there to speak, correct?
Correct.
And just as you had done with Ms. McCabe, Mr. McCabe, you spoke to Ms. Reed within her home?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, did you reach out to on your way there with regard to local law enforcement as you were driving to?
Did you record the interview? Because you didn't. You didn't record any of the interviews. All police interviews are recorded, sir. That's why they go down to the police department. Most of the time they're detained at the scene and then taken to down to the police department to get an interview. That wasn't done in this case. It's weird. It's weird. I haven't seen a case this bad since O.J. Simpson, and he was guilty. Karen's not, but he was guilty. Okay? That's the whole reason why evidence and chain of custody and everything is such a big deal nowadays. It's because of that. Because you can get a murderer off that way. In this case, you got 3 murderers off. Maybe. Because nobody knows what happened to him. Nobody knows. Will we ever know? No. Is there a lot of fishiness in this story? Yes. But Karen didn't do it. She's guilty of driving drunk, yes. They all are. They're all guilty of driving drunk. But will we ever know what really happened to John O'Keefe? And that's the sad part. I hope to God something doesn't happen to you or one of your family members, because I don't wish that on anybody. I don't wish that on you, even though you did a rotten job at this investigation. But had it been one of your family members treated this way, you wouldn't be happy.
We contacted the Dighton Police Department just for a couple of reasons. One, it's a common courtesy. If we're in another town, we just kind of give the local PD a heads up. But also, we needed to coordinate a plow truck and potentially a tow truck as well.
And why did you need to coordinate those things?
At the time, there must have been at least a foot of snow on the ground, more. And it was a dead-end cul-de-sac, which made it difficult to navigate. So we requested the plow to clear a path for Sergeant Bukhenik and I to get down the roadway, as well as clear the driveway of the residence, so the tow truck could pull into the driveway.
Now, as far as the drive from Good Samaritan, that's in Brockton, is that correct?
Yes.
As far as the drive from the Good Samaritan
foot of
Brockton
snow
to the
then.
parents' home in Dighton,
Okay.
about how long a drive was that? How would you describe that?
When you went to go retrieve her vehicle, but not a foot of snow at freaking 5 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning. But they were miraculously, the taillight pieces were just sitting on, a foot and a half of snow, just sitting there saying hi. But there was no snow to be found on 2 inches.
The weather conditions along the way.
Yeah, the weather conditions were whiteout, high winds, blizzard conditions. We had to travel very slow. It was almost about an hour to get there.
And when you arrived there, you're in Sergeant Buchenek's truck, is that correct?
Correct.
And where did Sergeant Bukhenik position the truck in relation to the house at 345 Country Hill?
From what I recall, Sergeant Bukhenik went down the cul-de-sac and turned around, and he actually had to let me out first because of the high snowbanks, and then he parked kind of along the snow, pointing essentially to Mr. Reed's house.
And at some point, did members of the Dighton Police come along and join?
Yes.
And do you recall who those people were?
I believe one of the officers' last name was Barrows, the Barrows.
And have you ever met that officer before?
Barrows.
No. Now, with respect to the home, had you and Sergeant Bukhenik approached the home at any point prior to the Dighton Police showing?
Barrows.
I can't recall no, they had arrived first before we approached the home.
And when you approached the home, you went, what did you traverse? How did you get from the street to the home?
We walked down the driveway, and then we observed Miss Reed's Lexus parked in the driveway, the front of it facing one of the garage doors. And that's when we observed the broken taillight on the right side of the vehicle. We then proceeded to the front door. The snow was about up to our waist, and knocked on the door and was greeted by Mr. Reed.
If it was caked on snow, hold on.
The driveway towards the home, you see Miss Reed's
If
vehicle.
it was caked on, packed on snow, like Lally keeps on saying, how could you tell it was broken? How could you tell it was broken?
that correct?
Yes.
And that's a vehicle that you later subsequently found to be registered to Ms. Karen Read, is that correct?
Correct.
Madam Mayor, approach.
Yes.
So I'm showing you documents.
But where's the photos of you taking before it ever comes, when you're taking it into your possession? Where are those photos? Where are those photos? You waited to get to the Sally Port to take those photos? No. Or waited till CSI or whatever, till you got a proper search warrant, blah, blah, blah. You always take photos when you take possession of a vehicle, car, whatever. Just because you're not getting into it. She willingly turned it over. Just like Jen says, I willingly turned my phone over. But you have two suspicious mother effers that didn't turn over their phones willingly. But Karen handed all her shit over. Gave you the passcode and everything. Proctor.
Four pages in length, just has to review that after finish. And do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize it?
The Registry of Motor Vehicles, it's the certified document for Miss Reed's Lexus.
Is that the plate information that's contained in there? Is that the same plate that was affixed to Ms. Reed's vehicle on that day?
Yes.
And that also details sort of the history or how long she's had possession of that vehicle. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Going back to, I believe, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach her?
Yes.
All of the seat introduced and admitted as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Now, with respect to Ms. Reed, at some point you go into the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how do you enter into the defendant's parents' home?
So Sergeant Bukhenik and I, after we knocked on the front door, Mr. Reed directed us around the corner, opened up the garage door for us, and invited us in.
Now, if I can take you back to, I'm sorry, just as far as when you're coming up the driveway and you're passing by the defendant's vehicle, you mentioned some damage that you observed to the right rear passenger side area. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what it was specifically that you observed as far as damage to that area of the vehicle?
Yeah, the right rear taillight had large pieces missing from it.
So you proceed inside the home, and where is it that you're directed, and where is the defendant?
You mean 2 pieces missing from it? Not 47 pieces? 2 pieces. You just said it right there. It had 2. You claim it large pieces. You said 2 large pieces missing from it. Not 47 pieces, sir.
We're invited into a large living room area. Miss Reed is seated on a couch, and her parents, William and Janet, are present for the conversation and kind of standing off to the side.
And that conversation goes on for approximately how long?
Approximately half hour, 40 minutes.
And when you terminate that conversation, you come back outside the home. Is that correct?
Yes.
And where is the vehicle at this point?
That is being put on the tow truck.
Now, in addition to the defendant's vehicle, what, if anything else, was taken and seized as evidence from the defendant on that morning?
After confirming the phone Miss Reed was holding was, in fact, hers, we told her we were seizing the phone and we'd be writing a search warrant for that.
Now, during the course of the conversation...
No, you don't tell them that you're seizing the phone. And she gave it to you. She gave it to you. You still have to get a search warrant. Like, don't act like she didn't allow you to do it. Okay?
that you and Sergeant Bukhenik had with the defendant that afternoon at her parents' home in Dayton. Were there some questions in relation to contact information for other people that were at bars or different establishments the night before?
Yes, we asked Ms. Reed specifically for some of the friends that Mr. O'Keefe was with at C.F. McCarthy's. One person in particular was Michael Camerano. So we observed Ms. Reed enter the passcode on her phone, retrieve Mr. Camerano's phone number for us, provided to us, and that just further confirmed that was her cell phone.
Now, through your training experience, when a cell phone is seized from a person, what, if anything, is it that you do with regard to that cell phone to preserve the information on?
Well, the first thing we do is we put it in airplane mode, and then we give it to a cell phone expert in our office, Trooper Nicholas Garino, and he essentially tries to access the data in that phone once a search warrant is obtained.
Now, as far
the same trooper that doesn't know how to do that, will, just do away with text messages, 3,000 to be exact, in the Sandra Birchmore case, with 3 different troopers or 3 different police officers that were grooming her since 15. Yeah, that trooper, yeah, I can't wait for his testimony.
As putting that cell phone in what you described as airplane mode, what is the purpose of that?
It's to avoid if someone wants to go on a tablet or a laptop and access the information on their phone, and they can start deleting stuff off their iCloud. This prevents that.
So you secure the phone, you secure the vehicle on the tow truck, and then where did you and Sergeant Bukhenik go from there?
We followed the tow truck from the address in Dayton to the Canton Police Department. We're secured in the Sallyport Bay.
Okay.
And if you know approximately what time was it that you arrived at the Canton Police Department and secured the defendant's vehicle in the Sallyport Bay?
So we left Dayton around 4:16 p.m. and arrived in Canton at the police department at approximately 5:31 p.m.
And with reference to the Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage, why was the vehicle taken there?
I wasn't part of that decision, but it's my understanding that it was a heated facility. The other options were, I believe, the barracks in Milton, but that's not large enough to house a vehicle that size, and it's not heated.
And in regard to the heated, what was the sort of purpose or utility of storing it in a heated set?
Miss Reed's vehicle was covered with snow and ice at the time. It was transported from Dayton to Canton.
And with regard to the Sallyport garage area of the Canton Police Department, at some point were you inside that area?
Yes.
And what many observations did you make as far as the temperature or the heating within that facility?
I don't remember the exact, I couldn't put a ballpark on temperature, but it was certainly warmer than outside.
Now, as far as the vehicle was concerned, either on scene, either in Dayton or at the Sallyport garage, or at any point in time that you were in the presence of that vehicle, what if any contact did you have? What if anything did you do or observe Sergeant Bukhenik to do with regard to that damaged area you described on the right rear passenger side?
Yeah, Sergeant Bukhenik and I never touched any part of that vehicle.
And as far as the moving it from sort of the tow truck into the Sallyport area, how was that accomplished?
The tow truck driver removed it from the tow truck and pulled it into the Sallyport Bay.
Now, as far as prior to leaving that Sallyport area of the garage where the vehicle was, what, if anything, did you and Sergeant Bukhenik do with reference to securing that vehicle or coordinating it off in any way, shape?
We tried to set up a perimeter as best we could using caution tape, and just kind of sectioned it off with caution tape.
Now, at some point, you leave the Sallyport area, Canton Police Station, and where did you go from there?
We had a debrief meeting. So there's other troopers. There's troopers at scene on 34 Fairview Road. There's other troopers conducting interviews. So at the end of the night, members of my office met in a conference room at the Canton Police Department to exchange information as far as what everyone had learned throughout the day.
And as far as that meeting is concerned, that's just troopers from your unit, from your office, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so there were no members of the Canton Police Department that were present for that, is that correct?
No, correct.
And do you know why that was?
They had taken a step back from the investigation. They weren't going to participate in any interviews or anything of that nature.
And how was that communicated to you and Sergeant Bukhenik?
The best of my recollection was that debrief meeting that we were informed that essentially Canton PD would be taking a step back from the investigation, and that now this is just solely a Norfolk State Police investigation.
So before we get to sort of the debriefing and all that's covered in that, as far as when you're on call, you get a call for any kind of sort of homicide or unattended death or anything like that. You then become what's called a case officer for that investigation, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you describe for the jury what the duty or the role is of case officer vis-a-vis the rest of the members of the unit?
So essentially, a case officer is more of a facilitator. You kind of delegate out tasks, coordinate interviews. The case officer isn't the sole decision maker. I have supervisors. I have that we bounce ideas off of. I get feedback from. I also keep them updated. It's a collaborative effort in each investigation. We're a small office, so when a homicide comes in, everyone essentially drops what they're doing, and we all work on it together. So it's a collective effort. And essentially, the case officer is just kind of the record keeper of all the reports that come in and video that comes in. But when it comes down to decision-making time, it's a group effort.
Now, with reference to that collaborative effort that you were just discussing in this sort of debriefing meeting, so there were other troopers doing other things or other tasks throughout the course of the day of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
And so what was sort of the purpose of or not specifically what was discussed, but in general terms, what was discussed during the course of this debriefing? The taillight piece is found at 34 Fairview Road by CERT. The one sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road. Interviews conducted, and then Sergeant Bukhenik and I have shared everything we had kind of learned throughout the day as well. And that debriefing meeting, if you know about how long approximately did that take in this case?
I can't recall, maybe half hour.
And so following that meeting, where did you go from there?
Sergeant Bukhenik and I had secured some evidence, the clothing from Good Samaritan Hospital. The additional sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road, as well as the taillight pieces discovered at 34 Fairview Road, and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone and Miss Reed's cell phone, and him and I transported those to the office in Canton.
And when you transported them to the office in Canton, what, if anything, did you do with those items?
The 2 cell phones were given to Trooper Nicholas Garino, and the clothing was laid out on top of butcher paper to dry out in our evidence intake area. And then the bag taillight pieces were set aside in the evidence intake processing area. Sergeant Bukhenik and I didn't have access to the permanent evidence locker area, so we just secured them in the temporary intake area.
And that leads me to my next question. As far as the area that you're talking about with regard to the holding items and the other items that you secured beyond the cell phones, that was in a secure area of your office, is that correct?
Correct.
And by secure, I mean restricted access to the troopers within your unit, correct?
Correct. It's you need a key card, and it's also equipped with an alarm.
Now, following that, as far as these items of evidence and other items of evidence that are seized throughout the course of an investigation, how is it that they go, or what, if anything, is done, if you know, between the time that they go from this temporary storage area to the permanent storage area?
Yeah, I'm not an evidence officer. I never have been. My understanding is once it's in the evidence processing area, it gets put into the permanent evidence room that only, like I said, two troopers and the detective lieutenant have access to. And it's the evidence officer's responsibility to process that material when they see fit.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to February 1st of 2022. Were you working in regard to this investigation on that day as well?
Yes.
And at some point, did you have occasion to go back to the Canton Police Department, specifically in the Sally Port Garage area?
I did.
And what was the purpose of you going out to the Sally Port Garage on that day?
Pursuant to a search warrant, we were processing Miss Reed's Lexus SUV.
And when you say we, who, if anyone else, was present with you, or who, if anyone else, did you contact in reference to the processing pursuant to that search warrant?
So we had a chemist from the State Police Lab, Miss Maureen Hartnett, as well as a trooper from Crime Scene Services, Trooper Zachary Clark. And then later in the day, the accident recon team, Trooper Joe Paul, had arrived as well.
Now, if I could just ask you a couple questions in regard to Crime Scene Services section. Can you describe for the jury sort of what their role is in regard to investigations that you do and how they're sort of contacted?
So in any scene, if it's required for it to be documented, Crime Scene Services will arrive. They'll document the scene with photographs. In more serious situations, in a homicide, for instance, they'll actually take video as well as dust fingerprints.
Now, with respect to this particular investigation, there were a number of different areas or different times when Crime Scene Services was contacted to document things, correct?
Yes.
And that would include a Good Samaritan when you observed injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
Correct.
That would include the autopsy that was performed to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
That would include February 1st in the Sally Port Garage when the search warrant was executed on the defendant's vehicle?
Correct.
That would include subsequent searches that occurred at Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And with respect to each of those instances, if you know, was it ever the same trooper from Crime Scene Services section that came out and memorialized each of those respective areas?
Yeah, it was a different trooper each time.
And is that something that you or any member of your unit has any control over whatsoever as far as who shows up from Crime Scene Services to memorialize or document a scene?
No.
Now, with respect to the search warrant execution on February 1st, what I want to ask is between the time that you were in the garage on January 29th, 2022, and the time that you're there for the search warrant execution on February 1st, had you been in that Sally Port area of the Canton Police Station at any time in between?
No.
Now, with respect to the taillight area on the passenger side of the defendant's vehicle, what, if any, differences or what, if anything, did you note sort of between your observations of the taillight on the 29th versus your observations on February 1st?
Yeah, the only difference from the 29th to the 1st was snow and ice had melted from the taillight.
So as far as the condition of that particular taillight, was it in essentially the same condition that you observed it on the 29th when you observed it on the 1st?
Yes, it was still broken and large pieces missing from it.
But as far as the broken status of it and the pieces that were missing, was it any more broken or any more pieces missing from it when you saw it on the 1st versus when you saw it on the 29th?
No.
And with respect to the taillight housing for that vehicle on that particular day, what, if anything, happened with it on that day, if you know?
The state police chemist, Ms. Hartnett, had it removed, which she brought to the lab herself.
So she had it removed it herself, and then physically took it with her when she left to the lab?
Yeah, it was with the assistance of a Canton police officer who had an auto body shop, so he was kind of well-versed in cars, so he was able to assist the chemist with removing the housing unit.
Now, at any point in time on that day of February 1st, 2022, did you come into contact physically or otherwise with that tail light? Did you handle it in any way, shape, or form?
He's a disgrace.
Your Honor, if I may, with the court's permission, I would request to publish.
Just wait, it's coming up, Kevin. Why he lost his job? It's coming up. And because he was biased.
If I may have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
He was biased in the investigation.
My apologies, Your Honor. With court's permission, if I could publish a portion of Exhibit 34,
Okay.
the Sally Court video. Ms. Gilman, if I could have from February 1st, 2022.
Sounds like I'm done seeing this whack ass fucking bullshit.
At approximately 9:12 a.m.
Yeah, that's after you guys busted it. That's why you say there was 2 large pieces, because it was only 2 large pieces at first,
Right there.
and then you had to break it
Your Honor,
more.
if I may, it may be easier and more visible with this particular video with the lights on.
Okay.
Right out.
Sure.
Okay, cool.
Trooper Proctor, direct
You're
your
for
attention
the
to
right.
on screen Exhibit
It's
34. Do you recognize what's
it's
speaking on screen?
pretty mind blowing.
Yes, that's the Sallyport area, Canton Police Department, and Miss Reed's Lexus kind of roped off with yellow caution tape.
And this is the execution ad search warrant that you were speaking about before, as far as your presence and some of the other members of the state police and state police lab that you were talking about.
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could run it from here for just a minute.
The only reason why you guys are taking pictures is because it was already freaking busted.
So while this is going, if I could just ask a couple questions as far as people within this video, do you recognize anyone in this video?
Yeah, myself, kind of the top of the screen. Trooper Zach Clark, we the one with the camera taking photographs of the vehicle.
Now, with reference to this video from the Southport Garage of Canton Police Department, what, if anything, did you learn over the course of this in regard to how that video is recorded, or how it's, what, if anything, sort of activates that video?
Objection. Ask it differently, Mr. Lally.
As far as this video is concerned, is this one continuous time frame that we're looking at, or how is it?
Objection. Sustain.
My understanding, it's motion
That
active.
means you can't answer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can ask it differently.
I'm not sure there's anything said.
No.
Oh, all right. I'll strike if there was anything. But, Mr. Lally, just ask a question, please.
Mr. Lally, ask me everything.
With respect to this video, as far as the recording is set up, how is that activated, or how does it record?
Objection. Same question.
Yeah, how does he know that? Just sustain.
Have you watched this video or other videos from the Canton Police Department Sally Port Garage?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note with regard to timing? As far there's a timestamp on the video, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you note with regard to the timestamp on this video or the other videos that you observed with regard to how time moves throughout the video?
The timestamp on the video tends to pause, indicating it's motion activated.
It tends to pause. I'll strike after.
I don't know why they don't just call it a garage.
It's going to run to about 9:24.
Why it's gonna be called the Sally Port. And what's funny is the Massachusetts State Police has their own little Sally Port, but they have it here, and it's so fishy.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Thank you very much. Now, Trooper, with regard to that taillight that was then taken by Ms. Hartnett to the lab, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point that was returned to the custody of the state police, your detective unit?
Correct.
And do you have that taillight housing with you today in court?
I do.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the trooper could retrieve that?
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Probably easier that way. Sorry, you can stay right there.
Oh, here we go. He's gonna show the tail light.
And you, sir, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That's I recognize that to be the housing unit.
And as far as your recognizing of the housing unit, is there any sort of denotation or anything on the outside of that box indicating what's contained therein?
There's a State Police Crime Lab sticker with the number associated with it. It also indicates fragile, and evidence tape that is initialed and dated as well when it's sealed up. And the sticker also says passenger side TA, indicating taillight.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would seek to admit and introduce that as an next exhibit.
Do you want it out of the box first, Mr. Jackson?
We could just take a quick look.
Sure.
With the court's permission, if
Yes.
Doesn't look very sold up there, bud. Just saying. That looked mighty open.
Thank you, sir. And Trooper, you can go ahead and put that back in the box. Thank you very much.
For something being fragile, you need to,
Put it on the bag. We need to mark that. And we're going to mark it twice, folks. We're going to mark the bag within the box, and we'll mark the box as well. Thank you. Thank you. Nancy.
I'm sorry, Trooper, if you could hand that to Madam Clerk.
Sorry, hold on. So it's going to be 544 and 544A.
You want me to inquire who's the A, the light, and the 44 is the bag?
We're not even putting it right on the light because it's broken.
Understood.
So we're putting 544 on the bag, 544A on the box.
Understood. Thank you.
Hold on, Wilson. You put that on the bag, please, sir. $544A. Thank you.
Trooper, with respect to that item that's just been marked as evidence, is that essentially the condition that you observed it in both on January 29th and February 1st?
Yes. Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask just to publish
you
what's been
didn't-
marked as Exhibit 147.
that's the only thing that was turned in at February 1st.
Trooper Proctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen that's been marked as Exhibit 147?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the right tail light of Miss Reed's Lexus SUV. You can see
Why is
large
there
pieces.
only pictures taken February 1st, not the day of? It's fishy. Fishy, fishy, fishy.
Of it are missing.
Again, is that the same condition that you observed it both on February 1st as well as January 29th, obviously minus the snow and the ice?
Yeah, minus the snow and ice, sir, yes.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lynn, you can take that down, Mr. Officer. You can have the lights back up. Thank you.
Look at her, look at him.
Now, if I could turn your attention to February 3rd of 2022. In the morning hours of that date, where did you go in regard to this investigation?
Sergeant Bukhenik, Trooper David Achico, and myself went to 34 Fairview Road along with Trooper Evan Brandt from Crime Scene Services to essentially dig out the snow in pursuit for more evidence.
Now, as far as you mentioned, as far as dig out the snow in pursuit of other evidence, what, if any, tools or implements did you and the other troopers bring with you in order to effectuate that on February 5th?
We just had kind of standard snow shovels.
And with respect to that, as far as going back to 34 Fairview Road, and let me clarify as far as that's concerned. Prior to that date of February 3rd, 2022, had you been to 34 Fairview Road at any point in time in the course of your investigation?
No.
So that morning of February 3rd, that's the first time that you went?
Correct.
Now, with respect to, how many times did you go to the area of 34 Fairview Road over the course of the next
There's a
4
lot
days
going
and
on
weeks
with your
in
face.
regard to potential recovery of items?
So February 3rd, I retrieved items on the 8th, the 11th, and 18th, and it was out there on the 10th with Sergeant Bukhenik as well.
Now, as far as any of those occasions that you just described, that you went to the area of 34 Fairview Road, on any of those occasions were you by yourself?
No.
And with respect to those other occasions, what type of people or who was with you?
See, what's funny is Lally just, assumes like, Trooper Proctor did this all by himself, or that's what they're saying. That's not what they're saying. It was a combined effort, but whatever.
On the 3rd, but beyond the 3rd, those other occasions that you described, who was with you?
On the 18th, I believe it was Trooper Chico, based on the handwriting on the evidence bag. Kind of recognized his handwriting. In the other 2 dates, I don't recall who was out there with me.
Now, with respect to items that were located, starting with the 3rd, do you recall specifically what, if any, items were located on the 3rd?
We've located a black drinking straw, consistent with the one seen in the waterfall video of Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the bar holding the glass. We located his hat that had the American flag. That was
on.
Deep underneath the snow.
How can you see a fucking drinking straw in the glass? But you're not telling it like it is. I mean, Bukhenik said that the glass was used as a weapon to his face.
As we were digging, we discovered that. We further discovered other pieces of plastic as well.
Now, as far as these return trips on successive dates to 34 Fairview Road, what was the reasoning behind that, or what was sort of the plan in reference to why were there so many different dates?
And I have a question too, okay? Because we're going to hear from the DNA expert on the 24th, on day 24. So tomorrow night, we're going to hear from the DNA expert because I'm doing day 23 during the day, 24 at night, and then what other testimony I feel like we need to watch before the trial begins on Tuesday, because I'm taking Monday off. We're going to watch that on Sunday. But how come only yours and Bukhenik's DNA was taken and tested against John O'Keefe's clothes and the glass? How come? How come not Karen's? You claim that it was a domestic dispute. They must have gotten a fight. Blah blah blah. She ran him over with the car. Oh, because it will what do you call it? Exclude her? Well, we can't have you take it. Somebody else would have to take the DNA to the lab, because you guys cannot be trusted at all. But why wasn't her DNA taken? Why wasn't it taken? If that's what you guys were claiming and you charge her with murder, second-degree murder, wouldn't that just be icing on the cake? Like, oh, she threw a quick cup at him and then proceeded to mow him over 22 miles an hour in the snow? Wouldn't oh, because you know that her DNA won't come up. And because the contributors on his clothes were male DNA, right? So shit. We gotta exclude us out of there. But it still doesn't account for the two people that are unexplained for. That testimony is great.
Since you returned to 34 Fairview Road with other troopers.
So after the 29th, there was close to 2 feet of snow that had fallen. And in the days and weeks that had followed, the temperatures ranged from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees. And there was about a half a dozen days mixed in of heavy rain. So
you mean
as the snow started to melt.
Okay, wait. You mean on the 29th, at nighttime, it was about 2 feet of snow? Which it was barely beginning to like accumulate and like really come down in the morning time after John O'Keefe was found. That then. And what's crazy is they found they called it hypothermia on him. Which guaranteed he could have hypothermia because of lack of blood and being out in the cold for a couple hours. So I totally get that. But geez,
more evidence started to present itself.
Evidence started to present itself. It just popped up out of the clear and said, "Hey, hi, I'm right here." Oh shit! When the scene had been released and all that stuff, and compromised, and the integrity of the scene didn't. You guys gave two shits.
So there were items that you recovered on the 3rd, and then items you recovered on successive dates that weren't visible or you didn't see on the 3rd, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could, keeping you on February 3rd, you mentioned that there was a Trooper Evan Brent that was present with you during the search on that day as well?
Yes.
Now, in addition to going to 34 Fairview Road, where else did yourself and Trooper Brent go on that particular day?
We traveled to One Meadows Ave, Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And is that the first time that you had been to One Meadows Ave or Mr. O'Keefe's residence?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that residence, why is it that you and Trooper Brent went there on February 3rd?
We wanted to document Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle to show that there was no damage to it, as well as the garage doors.
And why did you want to document that?
During the review of Mr. O'Keefe's ring video, particularly the one above the garage that displays the driveway, on the 29th at approximately 5:07 a.m., Ms. Reed's pulling her vehicle out of the garage door, backing up towards Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, and comes extremely close, if not slightly hitting the vehicle. So we want to at least go document that there's no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's car.
And Your Honor, with the course.
And slightly backs up, if not hitting his car. I guess she did. She fucking did. She came flying out of that thing, but you guys slowed that video down. She came flying out of that fucking goddamn garage going to look for him. She was in a hurry to go find out where John O'Keefe was. He didn't come home, she was worried. He don't never leave the kids home alone. I mean, yeah, she was there, but he don't ever do that. So, but let's just act like, that wasn't how she busted her tail light.
Permission, if I could publish that for the jury as far as what's been marked as Exhibit 6, video 150.
His face, dude.
Okay.
His fucking face. His fucking face. And this dumbass is going to say, did you see the snow come off her car? Compact snow is harder to come off a motherfucking car than melting snow. Oh, he must not know about. I mean, how else do you think people ski and shit? How else do you think people ski? They ski on freaking mush? Something that just goes, or do you think they like fresh powder that sticks, that compacts, that it's hard to move. That way they don't get in an avalanche.
Super Proctor, with regard to this ring video, how was this obtained, if you know?
So we first observed it through Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone on the Ring app, and then I wrote a search warrant for Ring itself.
And as far as the
Look
video,
at how much barely snow is there. Like, it's barely there. It's like maybe 2 inches.
Received from Ring, did they match what was on what was viewable being the Ring app on Mr. O'Keefe's cell?
The videos on Mr. O'Keefe's app, yes, it was what Ring produced, matched.
So as far as any videos that were present that you received pursuant to the search warrant, or any videos that were not present, that was consistent with what you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's app on his phone?
Yes.
And he's barely got any snow on his car. So how are you supposed to see snow really came out of his car? Because you could see the tire clearly move. Well, you can even hear it.
Now, Trooper Proctor, with regard to this video, you've seen this before, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the point from this video, are you
Don't
able to...
fucking take no damn genius to fucking know that she hit that motherfucking car. You can even see some of the right here. Look at right here, baby, right here. There was hardly any snow. The snow that was on his tire is now down. You can see snow falling. Okay, I'm seeing shit. I can't believe my line, guys.
Based off the attire, Ms. Reed driving.
Now, with respect to when that vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, if you could, there's a laser pointer out there in front of you on the desk. If you could, I would just ask you.
She just walked right in that one.
Observe this video and whose vehicles you believe them to be.
She's like,
so right there, it's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and Ms. Reed's vehicle.
Now, as far as when those vehicles come closer, come in contact with each other, as far as
she thought she cleared
Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle
enough.
is concerned, what, if anything, do you observe like on Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle at the time?
There's some snow you can see on the back window here, the bumper and the windows here is starting to be covered in snow.
And as far as when that vehicle comes close to or makes contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, do Do you observe the snow come off of the car at that point?
I do not know.
Now,
Oh,
with
I
reference
see
to the
snow
back
right
area
here,
of Ms.
right
O'Keefe's
on
vehicle,
there.
specifically in the area of the ground. As far as that area on the ground,
And
was anything that you
there's
observed
snow
in
off
reference to
right
any
here,
red pieces,
right
pieces of
here.
taillight or plastic or glass or anything in that area that you observed?
So this area here is, you can see the white snow. There's no red pieces of taillight, which would show up in the contrast of the white snow.
Because it's probably over here somewhere. Dummy.
Now, as far as the damage area that you were discussing previous that you
Where's
observed
she
in the
hit?
January
Dummy,
29th
over
in the Sally Port,
here.
February 1st in the Sally
Over
Port,
here.
and then the item that was
Not
just marked
over
as evidence.
here.
What, if anything, you observed in the
Over
right rear
here.
passenger side taillight area of the defense vehicle from this video?
You can see the inconsistent lighting. If you compare it to the left versus the right, there's a gap right there.
And from what you observed from that video, does that appear to be consistent with what you observed
thing
on January 29th at Afghan Police Department, February
Not
1st,
the whole
and in the
thing
item of
gone.
evidence that was just marked?
Yes.
But don't
Ms.
believe
Cummings,
your
you can take
lying eyes.
Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on, thank you. Now, sir, you proceeded to One Meadows Ave for the first time on February 3rd, is that correct?
Correct.
And Trooper Brent from Crime Team was with you and took some photographs, is that correct?
Yes.
You're
Okay,
telling the
approach.
truth, Proctor. I believe you're telling the truth. Damn it. You've been so wrongly accused, Proctor. This is.
And Trooper, I'm showing you a set of 10 photographs. You those look up when you finish.
I was just amazed at this shit. I was amazed when I first watched this shit. What are you showing now?
And Trooper, just generally speaking, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize them?
The first picture is the front door of Mr. O'Keefe's house, and it's also Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse.
And Protron?
Yes.
Okay,
Well,
but
to
what
introduce
time
the
did you
minutes, the next
take
10
those
exhibits.
pictures of the Traverse? After it was fixed? Because there's not snow. Where's the snow at? We need snow, sir. Yeah, you're all itchy and yeah, I get it. Don't believe her lying eyes. Don't ever believe your lying eyes. Ever. Ever. Yeah. Come back. And then they go in and
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just have permission to publish just a few of those photos for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7752. And Trooper Proctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It's now marked as exhibit 546.
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse vehicle.
And with respect to...
where's the date on this picture? Where's the date on this picture?
So that is Mr. O'Keefe's driveway. You see two garage doors there that lead into the house.
Where's the snow?
And above those garage doors is the ring camera.
It looks like it's been moved.
From your viewing of the video,
It looks like it's been moved. Who moved it? Who moved it? Who moved it? Because that's not in the same spot. That's not the same spot. Who moved it?
If you could, using that laser pointer, direct your attention to where it is on this vehicle that there's contact, if any, between this Reed's vehicle and this O'Keefe's.
It would have been in this general area here.
And as far as your observations
No, it
on
would
that
have been
date,
over here.
What's the, hold on.
Over here.
Okay.
You gaslight bitch. When were the pictures fucking taken is what I want to know. When were they taken? Can you stop? Stop. 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 You better not be licking or tearing anything into my freaking blanket. Stop. Sick of it. It's bad enough you tore up my robe. Bad doggy. Stop.
You are unmuted.
Sit there and be good doggy. Don't tear up no more shit.
Sure, when you were in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's residence on February 3rd, 2022, you had occasion to make observations of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, damage did you observe to the driver's side rear area of the vehicle?
I didn't observe any significant damage or any damage.
As far as the entirety of the vehicle, that was all photographed on that day by Trooper Brent, is that correct?
Yes.
And it's memorialized in those photographs that were just presented to you, is that correct?
Correct.
As far as your observations on that day or in those photographs, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
I did not observe any damage.
And Proctor?
Yes.
So there's another 8 photographs that I placed before you. Have you had a chance to review those?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those 8 photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
More photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle as well as the garage doors.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll proceed to introduce the next 8 exhibits.
No objection.
I wonder if Mr. Camerano seen the back of John's truck. He was doing the snow blowing his big ass freaking yard, or big ass driveway. I wonder if he looked at the truck. These cops ain't gonna tell the truth.
555 and 561. Thank you.
And we're not supposed to believe our
Your
line.
Honor, with court's permission, if I could publish just a few of those to the jury as well.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7779. And Trooper, do you recognize what's depicted on the screen now as exhibit 559?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in 559.
It's the rear bumper area of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle,
That's not where it was hit at.
the driver's side.
That's not where it was hit at, dummy.
On February 3rd.
God, you're a
No damage.
dummy. You're a dummy.
With respect, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7780.
Unless that's where it was hit at.
And sir, do you
How would
recognize
you
what's on the
know?
screen and what's now been marked as exhibit 560?
Yes, those are the 2 garage doors of Mr. O'Keefe's house.
And what's contained up on that screen, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's garage door?
Hey, and his car was
Yes.
way over
With
here.
respect to those garage doors,
Not
what any
close
damage
to
note
the
or
fucking
observed on those
goddamn
garage doors
doors.
at any point when you were there on February 3rd?
I did not observe any damage to the garage doors.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
Clean up the damn garage doors.
Now, Trooper Proctor, subsequent dates following February 3rd, specifically February 8th, 11th, and 18th. Did you have occasion to return to 34 Fairview Road on those days?
I did.
And you had mentioned a little bit about sort of changes in the weather. What, if anything, sort of evolved as far as the weather was concerned between the dates of February 3rd when you were there and February 8th, 11th, and 18th?
Yeah, as I mentioned, the weather pattern had kind of fluctuated from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees with a handful of days of heavy rain mixed in, so that caused a lot of snow to melt as well.
And with respect to each of those respective days of February 8th, 11th, and 18th, what, if anything, did you observe or recover, you and the other troopers that were present on those days?
Yeah, it was further evidence that was originally buried under the snow because of the warm temperature and the rain and the snow melting kind of revealed itself. More pieces of plastic, clearing red.
Now, with respect to the residence at 34 Fairview Road, each of these times that you were at the residence, including February 3rd, where in relation to the house were these items observed and recovered by you and the other troopers on those respective days?
So if you're looking at 34 Fairview,
And I got the cat's cap.
looking at the front of the house, it's to the left side of the property between like the flagpole and kind of the fire hydrant, that general area, the front and left of the property.
Huh?
Now, with regard to
What?
these 3 subsequent dates, as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th, these items that were observed and recovered on those dates, where were they in relation to the roadway? Where were they in relation to the hydrant, the flagpole, other sort of markers in the area?
I don't specifically remember exactly if they were around the flagpole because the CERT team had came and shoveled an area around. So that stuff had melted first because there was a lot less snow, and then they created more piles. But as far as the general area was by the flagpole and fire hydrant, it wasn't like on the other side of the property. It was in that general area.
Okay, usually a pedestrian strike if a car actually hits somebody. You know that there's going to be pieces flying everywhere. It's not going to stay in one spot. And all the pieces you found were right where he was found. And they didn't find it at two inches of snow, but found it in 2 feet and then days later because it presented itself. I mean, if this doesn't sound fishy, I don't know what does. And I hate to be a skeptic, but you guys were compromised. You did a favor for a friend, and it cost you. And I'm still waiting for why it cost you. Lally's lollygagging.
Just with respect to those items, were they generally found, or were they specifically found either on the grass or the roadway area?
Grass.
Asphalt or grass is basically what
I'm sorry, grass area.
And with regard to each of those items that were recovered on those 3 successive dates, as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th, did you bring those items with you to court today as well?
I did.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
You recognize that bag, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's an evidence bag containing 3 smaller evidence bags.
And with the court's permission, if you could...
Hold on a second.
Thank you.
My apologies.
Go ahead.
With the court's permission, may the witness remove the 3 smaller bags from the larger bag?
Yes.
It doesn't look very sealed to me.
Schuber, if I could just, in succession, if I could ask you to please open the bag with respect to February 8th first. And before you do that, I apologize again. With respect to that bag, what, if any, indication is there as to the contents there?
It says taillight, 1 large piece of plastic, color red, 1 small piece of red plastic, and 1 piece of black plastic. Located 34 Fairview Road, front lawn, left side.
Thank you, sir. If you could please remove those.
Let me see, with all these big pieces that they found, why didn't they find it? I mean, that one's small, but that red piece is pretty big. Come on. And they didn't find it in 2 inches of snow?
Is it 563?
Sir, if I could ask you just to retrieve the bag that's marked, retrieve the bag of items that were seized on February 11th. And if you could read to the jury what the description is in regard to that evidence bag.
So it's 2 on the 11th. This one is described as glass fragments. You can't tell how many pieces. It's been taped over. The second bag from the 11th says 3 pieces of clear plastic, 5 pieces of red plastic.
And with the court's permission, may the witness remove those items from the bag.
Right.
He was just going to go for it. He didn't want to wait. Are you proud of your handiwork there, Trooper?
The smaller bag in there containing the glass. We'll cut that open as well.
I think that's sufficient.
All right, so, Madam Clerk, are you moving to introduce it?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, any objection? We can go ahead and open it.
I want to object, but I don't know what's in that.
Go ahead and open it.
Yes, Your Honor. Right. These items appear to be just further on sealed up and wrapped up and
Do you want him to open every one, Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, Coach.
Yes.
I can't see that far.
All right, so go.
I don't need a motion. No objection.
How many pieces are in there?
1, 2, 7.
The smaller bag will be 564.
Thank you.
The brown bag will be 564 in.
Thank you.
He's getting 7 pieces.
Trooper, if you could, the other bag from the 11th, if you could open that up and remove those items.
What the heck is that? Oh, those are the glass pieces.
Thank you, sir. If you could put those back in the bag. Your Honor, call motion to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
It was 565.
And lastly, sir, with regard to the bag from February 18th, again, if you could read to the jury what's indicated as far as the contents therein.
Several pieces of red and clear plastic.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness read
Yes.
the items.
Several pieces? Why not amount? See, look at how big these pieces are. Those are all put together. But
sir,
still,
if you could
those
turn those
pieces are big. How did they not find them in,
Your Honor, call motion to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
No objection.
Exhibit 566.
Here's the original bag.
Now, Trooper, with regard to each of those items from February 8th, 10th, and 11th, excuse me, 8th, 11th, and 18th, those are all items that you recovered from the front lawn area of 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was just displayed to the jury is that essentially the condition that they were in when you recovered them on those respective dates.
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention just briefly regarding the search warrants in regard to the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house. Was that one search warrant or more than one search warrant that you did in respect to those ring videos?
There was a second search warrant for the ring videos for Mr. O'Keefe's house.
And if you recall, what was the general time frame that was asked for in that warrant as far as from what date to what date?
The second one, I believe, was January 30th to the 3rd or the 4th, I believe.
Was the first one essentially from the 24th to the 29th?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the video that you received in regard to the first search warrant to Ring, what kind of information did you receive from Ring as far as what beyond sort of the video itself? What, if any, other information did you receive as far as accounts or activity or anything like that?
It was just confirming that the user account was under Mr. O'Keefe's email, and then there was an Excel file where you kind of have to transcribe. So that each video has about a 17-digit number associated with it, unique identifier. You take that 17-digit number, and you got to convert it using these Excel files to get the date and time.
Now, with respect to what you received pursuant to the search warrant from Ring, was there any kind of activity log? And what I mean by that, what, if any, information did you receive as far as what sort of devices or how many different devices were able to access that footage?
Yeah, I wasn't able to obtain a activity log of who was using the device, what device was accessing the system. Something, if someone logged in, was not provided with any record of who was logging in and what day or time.
Yeah, well, Karen didn't have the login codes. The niece and nephew said so.
Now, are you familiar with the term, just as far as videos are concerned, or electronic devices, what's referred to as a digital footprint?
Yes.
Now, with respect to some of these, the Ring videos in totality that you received and that you also viewed pursuant to the app on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, were there certain time periods where you would have expected to see video in which there was no?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury sort of when those time periods were?
So the ring camera above Mr. O'Keefe's garage is pretty sensitive, so it does not have Miss Reed arriving back at Mr. O'Keefe's house around 12:34 a.m. is approximately was when she should have arrived. The only video, there's a gap from approximately 11:45 p.m. on the 28th to about 5:07 a.m. on the 29th when Miss Reed's backing up.
Because it would blow your timeline out of the water. Your timeline is that she ran over John O'Keefe at 12:45 at night. And she was back at the house at 12:36.
Out and never has her pulling into the garage. And there's also a second video of Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, and Miss Reed looking at the broken taillight in the morning.
What, if any, follow-up or inquiry did you make?
I remember seeing them run in. And I believe they ran out. I could be wrong.
Of Ring in regard to those missing videos?
I inquired several different times as far as if a video is deleted, is there some type of a record?
That was his inquiry, but next question, I'll allow that.
Now, as far as that term that you used before, as far as a digital imprint, can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
Essentially, a digital footprint is if a video is created, it's going to leave some type of a record in the archives.
And what, if any, information did you receive from Ring as far as their videos system is concerned in regard to a digital footprint?
Objection.
Not what anybody told you, but what you received.
That if a video is deleted.
Come on,
The
you
objection
know it.
system. I'm going to strike that.
Upon your further inquiry of Ring, were you ever able to obtain any video from those specific sections where you anticipated video would be?
No.
Oh, your face is doing something weird.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 16th, 2024. Do you recall that date?
I do not, sir.
At some point over the course of your investigation, were you made aware of forensic evidence in relation to the taillight housing that was introduced earlier as an exhibit?
Yes.
And with respect to that, at some point, did you have occasion to meet with a Sergeant Brian Gallerani of the Needham Police Department?
Yes.
And where was that?
In the DA's office.
And who, if anyone else, involved in this investigation, as far as yourself, was Sergeant Bukhenik with you there as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did Sergeant Gallerani do with respect to yourself and Sergeant Bukhenik on that date in January of 2024?
Sergeant Bukhenik and I voluntarily provided our DNA for comparison testing.
And,
Voluntarily? Yeah, okay, cool. Why? Why? Tell us why. Please tell us why.
Again, taking me to my next point, that was a voluntary decision that both you and Sergeant Bukhenik made as far as
tell us
availing
why.
yourself or availing of that particular test.
Correct.
And as far as the testing, or do you know how that was, or can you describe for the jury sort of how that sample was collected or how it was conducted?
Essentially, it's just a swab of the mouth under the tongue with like a,
No,
basically just like a little pad on a stick, and he gets swabbed, and that's how the DNA or saliva is collected.
Not under.
And as far as those samples that were collected from both yourself
Not
and
under your tongue, sir. It's in your cheek. But nice try there. I guess they could get it under your tongue because it's still DNA, but still. They usually go, right on your cheek.
Sergeant Bukhenik on that particular day. Where did they go from there as far as you know?
It was my understanding, went to the Bodie lab in Virginia.
And I'm sorry, what I should have asked as prior to that, as far as when they left from the room that you were in with Sergeant Gallerani, did you take those swabs, or did Sergeant Gallerani take those swabs,
No.
or where did they go?
Sergeant Gallerani took possession of those items.
Thank you, sir. Now, sir, with reference, over the course of your investigation, you interviewed a number of different witnesses, correct?
Why did you give up your swabs? No, you didn't say why you gave them up. Oh, but we're going to find out later why you gave them up.
Yes.
And from the witnesses that you, were there witness interviews that were conducted outside of your presence in the sense that you weren't there for those particular witness interviews?
Yes.
And each of the interviews that you're aware of, whether they were conducted by you or outside of your presence, were done, with the exception of Curran's, done with more than one trooper present, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to
Why
those
weren't they
witness interviews
recorded?
that you were present for, from the witnesses that you spoke with,
You're supposed to conduct them with somebody else, and because one takes notes while you record, well, both of you take notes, and you record the interview. Why wasn't that done in this case?
along with other troopers that were present with you, who, if any, of those witnesses had you met, or were you did you know prior to the interview that you conducted?
Yeah, so all the witnesses that I interviewed, the only individuals that I know or met prior to this investigation was Julie and Chris Albert and Colin Albert.
And how is it that you knew Julie Albert, Christopher Albert, and Colin?
So my sister coordinated her friend growing up, Jillian. Jillian's sister is Julie. My sister got to know Julie Albert, Julie Daniels, her maiden name, through her friend Jillian. Julie married Chris Albert. So my sister got to know Chris through Jillian and Julie. And then years down the road, my sister had Julie babysit my nephew. Julie would come from time to time, pick up my nephew from school. So that's how they kind of became friendly. And on occasion, they would be over at my sister's house or at my parents' backyard, Julie and Chris and their kid Colin, and I would happen to be there. Yep.
Let me ask you this way, as far as, where did you grow up?
Canton.
And did you graduate from Canton High School?
Yes.
And as far as any of the witnesses that you interviewed, even the Alberts that you were just talking about, Christopher, Julie, and Colin Albert,
That's why you
were they
should have
around the
been
same ages as you or went to high
compromised
school
by
with you
the
at the same time?
No.
You should have been
How much older than you
the
was
case, sir.
Julie and Chris Albert?
At least 10 years.
And as far as Colin Albert, what's the age difference between yourself and him?
At least 20.
Fair to say around this time of January 2022, do you know how old Colin was or what level of school he was at that point?
It was senior high school, I believe.
Is that something that you learned through this investigation or something that you knew independently?
Something I learned through this investigation.
Now, obviously you grew up in Canton and your sister did as well?
Yes.
And your sister's name is Courtney, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the age difference between yourself and your sister?
She's 2 years older than me.
And how close are you and your sister?
She's probably one of my best friends. We talk about 5-6 times a day about anything and everything
Well,
as far
we
as like
know.
mostly our children.
And she has, how many children does your sister have?
She's got 2.
And about how old are they?
10 and 7.
And you have children as well?
I do.
And how old are they?
2 and 4.
Now, with respect to the conversation that you have with your sister about 5 or 6 times a day, how do you have those conversations? Is it via voice call or in person or text or if you know?
Everything, FaceTime, phone calls, text messages. We're always kind of keeping each other up to date on mainly our kids.
And your cases
Now,
involving your friends.
as far as Julie and Christopher Albert, when did you interview them in relation to this incident?
Sometime in February. I'd have to look at my report for the exact date.
Sometime in, say, early to mid-February?
Yes.
And with respect to them, who, if anyone else, was present with you when you interviewed?
Sergeant Bukhenik.
And do you recall where the interview took place?
Yes, I was at their home.
Now, prior to this date that you went over to interview Christopher and Julie Albert, had you ever been over to that house before?
No.
Trying to
Had you ever been over
soften
to
the
any
blow.
home where Christopher and Julie Albert have resided, then or previously prior to that date?
No.
Had Christopher or Julie Albert, to your knowledge, ever been over to your house?
No.
Now, with respect to
Your face is
Christopher
doing
and Julie
something
Albert and
weird,
Colin
bud.
Albert, we'll throw him in there as well. How would you sort of describe your relationship with them prior to January 29th, 2022?
I classify it as acquaintances.
All right. Mr. Lally, why don't we take our luncheon break?
You are muted.
You're dirty. Your dirty runs. Don't go you.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. Can counsel approach? Sure. Counsel? you mindful to step up? I need to remember yourself.
I'll be smoking. And I'm not joking.
So, jurors, before we begin, Mr. Lally, as you approach the podium there, when I tell you that I strike something from the record, I know I've told you before, that means you're not to consider it, okay? Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
So, with reference to, I believe before we were talking a bit about Julie Albert and Christopher Albert, correct?
Yes.
And, how would you describe your relationship
Yes,
with any
ma'am.
between Julie Albert and Christopher Albert
Okay,
prior
I'm
to
going
January 29, 2022?
Loose acquaintances?
Why he,
People that you knew
you
through your
know,
sister, is that correct?
Correct.
so from,
Now-
you know, knowing Albert.
With reference to the occasions that you had said where you may have been at the same place at the same time, at a family function or something like that, over what period of time are we talking about, and about how many different instances of that occurred over those years?
Like I mentioned, they never know my house. It was either at my sister's home or at my parents' house. Over the course of maybe 10 years, I might have been at the same function half a dozen times.
And at those times that you were at the same function a half a dozen times or so, how much interaction would you have with either Christopher Albert or Julie Albert, or even Colin Albert at those functions?
Just casual conversation, be cordial, and just typical conversations, you know, hi, how's it going, things of that nature.
Now, with reference to these experiences or relationships or lack thereof that you had with Christopher and Julie Albert, what, if any, conversations did you have with your supervisors as far as superior officers within your unit in regard to this?
I explained the connection with my sister to the Albert family.
And who did you explain that to, sir?
That would be Sergeant Bukhenik, Lieutenant Fanning, and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
All right, Trooper, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, maybe approach the microphone a little closer.
And just with respect to those disclosures, what specifically did you tell either Sergeant Bukhenik or Lieutenant Fanning or Lieutenant Tully?
Basically, that the Alberts are my sister's friends. That I've been at some functions with them, and the only kind of connection with the Albert family is through my sister.
And just when you say the Alberts, as far as who specifically within the Alberts are you talking about that had a friendship with your sister?
Julie, Chris, and their son Colin.
Now, with regard to the investigation that you were conducting and the interviews that you conducted, what, if any, impact did those relationships have with regard to your interviews of them specifically, or the investigation in total?
Zero. Absolutely zero impact on this investigation.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
It's a text message thread labeled Proctor Friends.
Now, over the course of your investigation, over the course of this case, are you aware that there were iCloud data that was obtained from your personal cell phone?
Yes.
And different text strings from that iCloud data from your personal cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to what has just been placed before you, is that an excerpt or piece from those particular messages?
It is.
And from the front page of that, can you tell the jury who are sort of the participants in this particular text communication?
There's several numbers that aren't identified. The three that are under kind of nicknames me and my buddies have for each other.
And generally speaking, just as far as the participants in this text communication, who are these people to you, and how do you know them? How long have you known them? Who are they?
The members on this text thread are close friends from junior high, first grade even.
So people you've known for years, is that correct?
Correct.
And do each of them live, or do any of them live within the general area at this time?
Some of them do, yes.
And so when some of them do, some of them do not, is that correct?
Correct.
And the ones that do not, how far away do they live?
As far away as Tennessee.
Now, with reference to this, there's an indication as far as the first message sent or last message sent from this particular text chain, correct?
Sorry, repeat the question, please.
Sort of towards the middle of the first page. I'll direct your attention to that area. Is there any indication as far as the first message sent and the last message sent with respect to this text chain?
On the first page, yes.
And what is indicated as far as the first message and the last message?
The first message is, I need to brandish a gun more often. The last is, Chip, name of that BPD cop.
No, I'm sorry, sir. If I could direct your attention to the first page in this packet, page 2527, you see conversation details. I'm sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, if I could direct your attention to the right.
Okay.
You see what I was talking about now?
I do, sir.
And from that area labeled conversation details, there's a first message sent date and time and a last message sent date and time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What is the first message sent date and time?
It's 10/18 of 2021 at 8:48 a.m. The last message sent is 8/31/2022 at 11:19 p.m.
And is there also within that conversation details an indication as far as the number of messages over that time frame within this communication?
There is.
And what does it list for number of messages?
It's 38,707.
And fair to say the packet that you have before you does not contain all 38,707 messages, correct?
That's correct.
The first message that you had, I believe, alluded to in reference to the first one listed within this communication. What date and time is that?
That was January 29th, 2022 at 10:36 p.m.
And who is that message from?
My friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what, if anything, did he send to the group?
I need to brandish a gun more often.
And if you know, what is that in reference to?
He just recently moved to Tennessee, and he was kind of, I think, making a joke as kind of the lifestyle down there where guns are more prominent or more common to be carried around there. So I interpreted that as a joke in that nature.
And the next message, sir, from that same page, 2527?
The next one is, it's bold.
And is there a name associated with that number that's in these?
No.
Do you know who that person is?
I don't.
And the next message, sir, from 10:52 p.m.?
Chip, name of that BPD cop.
And Chip, who is that referring to, sir?
That is one of my nicknames I've had since maybe high school.
So a nickname that would be familiar amongst these group of friends in particular?
Yes.
And this time period when these text messages begin, sometime after 10:30 or 10:50 p.m. on January 29th, where are you and what are you doing in reference around that time period?
At this point in time, on the 29th, I'm home.
And that last text message, do you respond to that at approximately 10:53 p.m.?
Yes.
And what was your response?
John O'Keefe.
And the next message down from there, also at 10:53 p.m.?
Yes. He took custody of his sister's kids.
That's your response. There's another response above that, is that correct?
Yes.
What does that say?
How old?
And you respond as far as he took custody of his sister's kids, correct?
Correct.
Skipping down a couple, do you see an entry at 10:53:49 p.m.?
Yes.
And that's from a 617 number, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the response there?
Oh man, that's rough.
And following that, do you respond to the earlier query as far as age?
I do.
And what did you say?
Mid-40s.
Now, the next message below that, as far as indication of mid-40s, what is that?
His age.
No, I understand that. I'm sorry. The next message underneath that, sir.
I'm sorry. It's a Facebook link.
And do you recall what that Facebook link is to?
It's to John O'Keefe.
And is that something you sent or one of your friends sent?
One of my friends sent.
And the next message below, turning to now page 2529 at the top there, what is the next message that's sent?
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
And as far as the book, what did you understand that to mean? Maybe approach.
Sure.
The Commonwealth's going to soften the blow, but this is the reason why he lost his job. Besides him showing that he had bias in the case. He had some bias towards Miss Reed. And he's going to try to say, oh, I don't. What I did was not right. Whatever he says to try to soften the blow. But we know, sir. You shouldn't have been talking about an open investigation, period. As a police officer, you're not supposed to talk about an open investigation to anyone. Not your wife, nobody. Nobody. Even the Eternal Affairs. She's just giving him the daggers, baby. And what's sad is his family thinks this is funny. How he talked about her. They thought it was funny. But I wouldn't think it was funny how a lead investigator was, investigating the case and then talking
10-minute break.
when it's open.
Doing all right,
So do you have that copy for me?
All right.
Here we go. More bullshit.
Proceed, John.
Yes.
Trooper, if I could direct you back to page 2529
Just wait.
in that packet before you.
Just wait. Because she's really holding it together.
And below that text
Just
stating
wait.
what's that, I don't have the book anymore. You respond, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is it that you say there?
This one is a nightmare. Forget about the kids. That's awful.
And sir, if I could direct your attention again within that same packet.
Yeah,
to
a nightmare,
2532.
and she didn't do it.
And there's a message there sent at 10:56 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who's that from?
A friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what does he say in that text?
I'm sure the owner of the house will receive some shit.
And you responded 10:56 as well as 10:57. Is that
There it
correct?
goes.
Correct.
And what is it that you respond?
My first response was nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
Bam!
And
That is why.
what
That
kind of
is
thing
why.
were you saying, or what
He's
was
a
the purpose
Boston
of
cop
that text in
too.
regard to the homeowner?
I was just letting him know that essentially Mr. O'Keefe is a Boston cop and the homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
Now, if I could turn your attention to 2533.
Anybody else, if they'd be getting some shit.
And top of the page, sir, if you could read through that page as far as who's texting and what are they saying?
Again, for my friend from Tennessee and myself.
Tries to push it under the rug.
I hope not, but I can't see it. I responded with, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital. He was banged up.
Now, as far as the next text from a 781 number,
It gets better.
what does that say?
Did he get beat up?
And you responded to that, is that correct?
I did.
The objection is sustained as to form.
What, if any, response did you provide to that?
Nope.
Objection. The objection was to the former question and the answer. Please complete.
I'll strike it.
Did he get it beat up?
Now, turn your attention to 2534.
It's in there.
And from this page, sir, if you could, again, just read through as far as indicating to the jury who's speaking and what is being said.
From the start of the first text, so the owner of the house?
Yes.
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him? That's what I initially thought after talking to Can Paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
And those last two are your responses, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the following text messages are from your friends, is that correct?
See? That was his initial response. Is he thought that he was beat up. That was his first thought. And then somehow it geared over to karenread.
Yes.
What do they say?
Here, let's focus. What does she waffle to mean? What's the story? I responded, she hit him with her car.
And the she that you're referring to there, who is that?
Miss Reed.
You already knew that. Ow. Ow.
Now turning your attention to the next page, 2535. Again, if you could start at the top of the page and read through that
Ooh,
page.
it hadn't even been 24 hours yet. Ow.
Okay. My friend in Tennessee states, okay, that's fucked up. I respond, intentional or not. Then another response, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him, question mark. That's another animal we won't be able to prove. And then I respond, they arrived at the house together, gone to an argument.
I don't speak out loud or out of turn.
The objection's overruled.
Your Honor,
But
if I can say this, there needs to be an identifier of who's
I understand what you think the mix-up is. So, Mr. Lally, go back.
Thank you.
Sir, if you could please, again, start at the top of the page and just indicate.
No, just after the, gotcha, he was frozen in the driveway, correct, Mr. Jackson?
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
I respond, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. I follow that up. They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left. 781 number responds with, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton, the other one involved.
And how do you respond to that, sir?
There's several other messages before I issue a response.
Objection again. Bottom of the page.
So it's not an objection, but Mr. Lally, why don't you point to him?
So, sir, at the bottom of page 2535, you have a response. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is that response?
They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
Objection.
So it's going to be a matter you can address on cross.
There has to be some accuracy. The reading.
So I understand. So, Mr. Lally, why don't you go point for your witness?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
See, he only wants to read what he wants to read.
Okay.
It's all coming in with the defense.
It's a HTML link. It's whiteout / Proctor iCloud / group chat Feb 2022. So you point it.
Can I see what you have for a second, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Lally, it's on there. Why don't you go show your witness? Why don't you just read it, Mr. Lally, and tell us who you attribute it to?
Sure. So, sir, what I'm asking you about is the bottom of page 2535, 2535. You indicated Biffed him, correct?
Correct.
What did you mean by that?
That Miss Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
How do you know that?
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2537.
Wait, what did he say? Hold on, I gotta reread that. Hold on, I gotta hear something.
Now, do you see response toward the bottom of the page? 2535. You indicated Biffed him, correct?
Correct.
What did you mean by that?
That Miss Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2537.
He said something under his breath, but
Now, do you see response toward the bottom of the page from yourself, January 29, 2022 at 11:04 p.m.?
Yes.
And can you read that response for the jury?
Yeah, but there'll be some serious charges brought on the girl.
And what did you mean by that, sir?
That throughout the course of the day, we had compelling evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
How?
And you have two responses from friends, same friends, at the bottom of that page, 2537. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are those responses?
Keep your voice up loud, please. Trooper Proctor, jurors can't hear you.
Yes, Your Honor. Number ending in 5051. Got to be. I can only imagine what internal affairs of the BPD are trying to get out there. The second response, same number. She hot at least.
What internal affairs would see? Even internal affairs should have been involved. Is she hot at least? Really?
And turning your attention to the next page, 2538. At the top, if you could just read a series of responses from yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
Read from those, sir.
Yep, so these came from me. From all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. She's a whack job. C-U-N-T.
Objection.
So don't spell it.
Oh, hold on. You know what he says? See you next Tuesday. Okay. Let's. Oh, fuck it. I'm not mine.
You have to. So these are your words, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
Cunt. Yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though.
That's why you lost your job, you piece
No
of
ass.
shit.
And, sir, what is it that you were referring to there, or why would you text that?
These were, from all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. Is talking about the homeowner, Mr. Albert. I had mentioned the compelling evidence against Miss Reed at this point indicated that Mr. Albert had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death. The rest of the...
You didn't even invest. You didn't even look into him. That's what the... You only looked at her. Her. Because you're friends with the Alberts. Your sister's friends with the Alberts. You were doing her a solid. Because it was her friend's godson's nephew, whatever the fuck he is, uncle, family. Come on, you're compromised.
Professional and regrettable comments are something I'm not proud
Oh, you're proud of it.
of, and I shouldn't have wrote in a private or any type of setting.
You're only proud of, I mean, you're only not proud of them because you got caught. And now you're suffering your job. Now your job's gone. Your job's gone because the internal affairs investigation came out that you're biased and that you had unprofessional comments with people in an open investigation, and then that unprofessional comments you made to your supervisors, and your supervisors didn't do shit but say, oh, I reprimanded them for it. Bullshit.
Sir, at some point, if I could turn your attention to page 2540. And there's a photograph that's shared within this text communication, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And does it indicate who shared that photograph? From the prior page, possible.
The number ending in 5051.
And who is depicted in that photograph that was shared within the group text?
It's Miss Reed being escorted out of the State Police Milton Barracks.
And these are all from February 1st of 2022, around that time frame, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct you to page 2543.
30.
And sir, if I could direct you to the top of the page and ask you to read through that page, indicating who's speaking and what the content of those communications are.
Okay. Number ending in 4146. Question, is that chick a smoke? Again, 4146, question mark. I respond, EH. I respond again, nutbag, as Chief would say. I also respond with, she's got a leaky poo knot. Leaks poo.
Disgusting. Why are you talking about her medical ailments? And the way you're talking about it, it sounds like you're a third grader.
And what, if anything, is that in reference to?
Again, to Ms. Reed's some medical conditions there. Again, unprofessional comments I should not have made.
Never.
And I'm not proud of.
You're only not proud of them because you got caught.
As attitudes expressed within these text messages and other text messages, what, if any, impact did that have as far as your investigation was concerned regarding this?
These juvenile, unprofessional comments have zero impact on the facts and the evidence and the integrity of this investigation.
Bullshit.
They said these are unprofessional comments, but they absolutely do not detract from the integrity of the investigation or the facts and evidence of it.
The investigation said that you were
Your approach
biased.
this retrieve?
Yes.
And they showed that you were biased.
Now, Trooper Proctor.
And what you're mad at, you're not mad at yourself, and you won't take accountability for your fucking self, but you want to blame her lawyer. You want to blame her fucking lawyer. That's going to come out here in a minute.
We've seen text messages amongst yourself and a variety of different people from that same sort of iCloud area of your personal phone, correct?
Correct.
And among those, are there communications that you had with members of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
And how would you characterize, or what was the general content of communications that you had with members of the Canton Police Department?
One communication was to coordinate interview times for firefighters and police officers and to set up a conference room where those interviews could be conducted. Obviously, the presence of Canton detectives or any police officers were not going to be sitting in on these interviews. Another communication was to inquire of relevant security videos that are in the area. Their local department, they know the area very well, so I reached out and asked if there's some good cameras in the area that I had of kind of interest in.
Why? When they recuse themselves, you're sure letting them be a part of the investigation. But you're not compromised, huh? You're not biased. It had nothing to do with your investigation. What had to do with your investigation is you knew the Alberts. You lost your job because of it. If I was a friend, I would have never asked. Never asked.
May I approach?
Yes.
What? YouTube Satan? They're probably hating on me because he said the word.
Show you enough
He
documents
said the C word. YouTube don't
Yes, I
like
do.
that word.
What do you recognize that to be, sir?
Text communications between my sister and I.
That's your sister Courtney, is that correct?
That's correct.
And similar to what I'd asked you about the prior packet as far as a first message sent, date and time, last message sent, date and time, what is indicated on this first page?
First message sent, date time, December 10th, 2021 at 9:33 p.m. Last message sent, 8:30, 2022 at 8:48 p.m.
And 8:30, that's August 30th, is that correct?
I'm sorry, yes, August 30th, 2022.
And similarly to the other messages, is there an indication as far as how many number of messages were sent between yourself and your sister over that time period?
2,865.
And fair to say that the documents in front of you do not contain 2,865 messages?
Correct.
Now, just in reference to the first message on page 2662, the first page in this packet, do you see that from December 10th of 2021 at approximately 9:33 p.m.?
Yes.
And what does that indicate?
The text message from my sister.
And what does it say?
I called earlier, Dolph earlier, and Mom was puking in the background.
And do you recall what that was in regard to?
From the sounds of it, my mother had a stomach bug.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2667.
He's really going through it with his face, though. His face is doing something I don't know.
And these are text messages from January 29th, 2022, between yourself and your sister Courtney.
Correct.
And if you could read from the top of the page through the end, and please indicate to the jury as far as who's talking and who's saying what.
I just don't
So I texted
like
my sister
people
at work.
getting-
What's up?
I don't like this
She responds, what?
injustice shit.
Why? I respond, I just found a frozen.
I mean, you take an oath for a reason, and this is some bullshit. And then people have to pay their hard-earned money to defend themselves because of fucking assholes like you that could take their life away just in a split of a second because why? You know somebody at the house and you're trying to protect them, not giving a damn about the other person, like they don't have a family or anything. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. I try not to lose it, but I just don't like that stuff. I don't.
To death on a front lawn in Canton this morning. Actually, just interviewed Jen McCabe. Said she knows you.
And they knows you. Who are you referring to?
My sister.
And how did your sister?
Oh, so Courtney knows Jen McCabe, huh? I thought she only knew the Alberts. You lying piece of dog crap.
To respond to that.
Cut the shit. I responded you. It was a typo correction with my response to you. She responded, yeah, she knows Jack very well. She's really good friends with Julie. My sister continues on. Her sister is married to Brian Albert. My sister asks, you still working? ? I says, yeah, going to be out for a while. Homicide.
And as far as your answers to those questions.
Why would you tell in the middle of a homicide investigation? You just got done interviewing a witness, and you say, "Hey, sis, by the way, this witness says that she knows you."
Or as far as your communications that you had with your sister at this time on the afternoon of January 29th, what were those in regard to, or why were you communicating that to your sister?
At that time, it was just kind of in the news. I was just kind of letting her know I was out working. I didn't share anything specific. I wouldn't share anything specific on cases with my family or anyone. It was just kind of an overall innocent conversation.
But that is kind of specific. That's a whole witness. A whole witness. That's another person. Not only do you not only know Chris Albert and Julie Albert, you know your sister knows Jen McCabe. I mean, you personally know Chris Albert, Julie Albert, and Colin Albert, but then your sister knows Jen McCabe. That's 4 people.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2669. Again, if you could read from that page as far as who was talking and what the content is.
All right. My sister starts off, the Canton thing is a homicide. I respond, this is at 3 in the afternoon on the 29th. Don't say a word to anyone. She said, of course not. I respond, at the very least, it's suspicious. She responds, this is your livelihood. And then I would never miss with that. 3:07, I respond, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. got to interview them.
Why would you tell your sister that you got to go interview some of her fucking friends? If you weren't biased in any way. Why? Why? It's suspicious to say the least. Yeah, it's suspicious to say the least. And she told you don't mess with your livelihood. She told you not to do that. And what sucks is that your so-called friends tell you not to want you to mess with your livelihood. Your sister was way smarter than that. She said, don't mess with your livelihood.
I'd like to direct your attention to page 2672. These are messages from February 1st, 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
And the one at the top starts about February 1st, 5:57 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could read through as far as who's speaking and what the content of those messages are.
I texted my sister, what's up? She responded, nothing. I just saw Julie, and she said, when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. And I respond, get Elizabeth one. Elizabeth's my wife. And my sister.
See, and why would she be getting you a thank you gift if you weren't compromised? If you weren't covering something up? If you weren't messing with your livelihood?
Sister responds, because I guess her and Chris were friends with John, and she's so proud of you for leading this. And then she writes, Elizabeth, question mark? I respond with, she's been stuck with the kids for the last 10 nights. My sister responded with, yeah, but she knew what life is like married to a cop.
And sir, as far as the gift that's mentioned as far as Julie Albert, is that anything that you have?
Why would somebody that was a witness in an investigation want to get you a thank you gift for somebody they didn't like? They didn't like the dude. They were tormenting him, bullying him. They didn't like him. They weren't friends with him. You knew what you were doing.
Have received at any point in time?
I never received a gift. I never asked for a gift. My wife never received a gift. She never asked for a gift.
But Julie did
How would you
watch
describe
her
this
kids.
context of this conversation or why that's being discussed at this time?
Again, I don't know the thought process of my sister and Julie as far as bringing that idea of a gift into play. Like I said, I didn't ask for one. I never received one. The same with my wife.
Sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2676.
Yeah, because it's not over yet.
And again, if I could ask you to start at the top of the page and read through and just indicate as far as who is saying.
And the gift was you losing your job. Hey, guess what? Your gift was losing your job, dude. That was a great gift, wasn't it? Wasn't it? That was so nice of them. That was so nice of them, huh?
I started out, we write like 8 to 12 warrants on each case. My sister responded, no, I have no idea what the hell you do or how it works. I responded on the 10th at 7:36 p.m. I'm starving, but I also just want to go home. Thanks, though. My sister responds, yeah, but is dinner going to be waiting? She responded with, ha, ha, ha. And then I responded, yep. And then my sister responded with, okay, it's fine. Mom and I just don't want to go home.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Or are you going to get more?
May I approach, witness, Ron?
Yes.
There's some more messages. There you go. All during your investigation.
I'm going to document, sir. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is private messages between my wife and
I.
Again, what is your wife's name?
Elizabeth.
And what, if anything, does that indicate as far as dates and times and number of messages involved?
Okay, so the first message sent 5/20/2022 at 6:19 p.m. The last message sent 8/31/2022 at 9:16 p.m.
And what, if any, indication does it give as far as number of messages within that text chain?
1,632.
And of those 1,162, there's one message that's listed on that, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the date and time of that message, and what does it say, and who's speaking?
This is me speaking on June 9th, 2022 at 4:56 p.m. I text my wife, waiting to lock this whack job up.
And
Who's the whack job?
what are you referring to in that text, sir?
I'm referring to the arrest after Ms. Reed was indicted by the grand jury.
And again, as far as the terminology that you use in that text message to your wife, why is it?
Again, unprofessional messages I should not have sent. I don't have an explanation other than they're regrettable and something I'm not proud of the language I used.
May I approach the retriever?
Yes. All right, so Trooper Proctor, the jurors can't hear you, so speak directly into your microphone the way I'm doing, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
The only reason why you regret sending them is because you got caught. You don't give a rat's ass about her. This would have never happened. And they thought it was all cute and funny. They think it's all cute and funny. Like someone should be treated that way. It's not okay.
Okay.
See, watch the family. If they zoom over to the family, watch. Watch how funny they think it is that she's been called that. Hey, D Sizzle, how are ya? Hey, Jason Enfinger. How are ya? How are you, DEC? How are you? I hope you're doing well. I haven't seen you forever. Okay, come on. You dirty rotten cop, you. Don't ever investigate my death. If I die suspiciously,
Now, Trooper Proctor, you're familiar with conversations that's
don't do it.
within the same text communications from your personal phone with colleagues of yours at the state police?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sorry.
I wonder who is that a picture of on her laptop. Maybe that's the picture of Unity. Where all his colleagues.
May I have a moment, counsel?
Okay.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach witness?
Yes.
Another document, sir. Before I get into that, though, if I could turn your attention back to some of the comments on the language used in the January 29th and February 1st or 2nd text communications among your friend group. With reference to that particular time frame and the language that you used, what sort of information had you gathered to that point, and why would you say or use that particular language?
Exactly.
Particularly in your descriptions of the defendant?
16 hours in.
This is, 16, 18 hours later, and we conducted multiple interviews.
Speak up.
Conducted multiple interviews. We knew Mr. O'Keefe never.
But you didn't. You're not new on the job, sir. You know that witnesses can fucking lie. That's why you follow the evidence. Oh, wait. I forgot. You framed her. My bad. That's why you record interviews. You have a chain of custody. You take pictures of everything. That way this shit doesn't happen. You know how to run a thorough investigation. You've done that. But in this case, you just threw all that shit out the window, huh?
Went into Fairview Road. We knew there was one shoe at the scene, one shoe at the hospital. Based off Mr. O'Keefe's injury.
You only know that he didn't go in the house because they said he didn't go in the house. They said you didn't go in and look and search because people lie. You didn't do any of that because why? It was another fucking cop. You covered for your own, right?
Misread statements from
What about the dead cop that lost his life? He don't matter? Oh, and she's an outsider. You don't know anything about her. And she's got a weird Fall River accent, whatever. Get down, kitty.
Bukhenik and I interviewed her. Her broken taillight, the missing taillight, some taillight pieces found at the scene. The compelling evidence pointing directly at Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle led me to make those comments. Whether, like I said, it was not your professional comments, but based on the day's investigation, it was clear that Miss Reed.
You didn't even go to the scene that day. Oh my God. Piss me off. Okay.
Had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to the documents before you, do you recognize those?
I do.
And as far as the participants in that particular conversation, who were the participants listed there?
It's Trooper David DeChico and myself.
And Trooper DeChico and yourself both work within the same unit with the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
And beyond the professional relationship you have with yourself, between yourself and Trooper DeChico, how would you characterize your relationship, generally speaking?
We're buddies, we go off together, hang outside of work, our kids play together, so I'd say, we're friends.
Now, within the, again, as far as the first message sent, date and time, and last message sent, date and time within this conversation, if you could describe that for the jury.
First message sent, date and time, March 17th, 2022, 11:08 a.m. Last message sent, date and time, August 18th, 2022, 6:08 a.m.
And again, the number of messages listed within this text chain.
87.
Fair to say the documents before you do not contain 87 text messages, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, just in general terms, if you have an opportunity to just look at the first couple pages there, fair to say those are just sort of jokes that you have going back and forth between yourself and Trooper DeChico, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention specifically to page 2632. And these are text messages starting on April 28th, 2022 at 10:52 in the morning, is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was the time again, sir?
April 28th, 2022, 10:52 a.m.
Yes, correct.
And again, sir, with reference to this page, if you could read the content to the jury and please indicate who is speaking at each respective times.
Okay. I said out without a doubt, he's got diarrhea of the mouth too. Trooper DeChico, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. I respond, Yuri and I had two conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. Trooper DeChico responds, not good enough, should have had me or Jeff do it. I respond, if you two did it, she would have made it accidental or natural causes.
And can you explain the context of those communications, or what exactly is it that you and Trooper DeChico are talking about in that communication?
Okay, so the ME is the medical examiner. They conducted the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe. Our office is kind of a little bit of a locker room.
Hold on, wait for the ambulance, and then speak up. The jurors can't hear you way back where the court officer is standing.
So like I said, the ME stands for medical examiner. They conducted the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe. I guess I'll address the conference calls Sergeant Bukhenik and I had with the medical examiner. The doctor had some questions as to the facts and evidence, kind of what had transpired, which is common. Even if it's a homicide, I've had many calls with the medical examiner's office. Even if it's a suicide or overdose, I wouldn't say almost always with a homicide, the doctor wants to know what transpired. Trooper DeChico and myself, we kind of like to bust each other's chops, go back and forth. So that's what he meant by saying rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. The original determination came back.
Sustained. Next question, Mr. Lally.
Now, as far as attending the autopsy, is that something that typically someone within your office would do, within your unit would do with regard to any sort of death investigation?
Yes.
And do you know who attended the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe in this specific case?
Trooper JUSTICEFORJOHNOKEEFE.
And so as far as Trooper Chico's reference to you not going in, or Sergeant Bukhenik not going in, is that what you believe Trooper Chico was referring to in that message?
Objection.
Sustained as to the form.
You indicated that you and Trooper Chico bust each other's chops. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And can you describe a little more, expound upon that as far as the nature of your relationship and sort of the text messages that you exchange in this and then other communications that you have?
Basically, just kind of needling each other, and him doing that is by saying, texting me, rookie move, not going into meeting with the medical examiner. So that's a perfect example of him kind of just needling me, which we do on a daily basis.
And as far as your interpretation of that, did you interpret that as a serious comment or something said in jest?
I interpreted that as a typical joke from Trooper Chico.
Now, may I approach the retrieve?
Yes.
May I approach room?
Yes.
Showing you another document. Asking, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
Text messages between myself and Trooper Chico.
And again, what is the first message sent, date and time, last message sent, date and time, and number of messages contained therein?
First message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022 at 1:09 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022, 4:45 p.m.
And the number of messages, sir?
4.
And if you could, read the contents of those messages contained therein. Please indicate who's speaking.
So I started out, of course, it's undetermined. She was a whack job. Trooper Chico responds, Dear God, WTF, what the hell is inconclusive about the whole thing?
And as far as your indication there, as far as she was a whack job, who are you referring to there?
Miss Reed.
Now, as far as the undetermined of what you're talking about, what is sort of the content or the context of this conversation?
That would be the manner of death was determined to be undetermined by the medical examiner's office.
And so I ask you again, as far as your reference there in the bottom of the first page, as far as she was a whack job, whom do you believe you're referring to there?
Again,
Reed or the medical examiner?
Miss Reed.
May I approach, John?
Yes.
I'd say just single fill pencil. Can you approach with them on this packet?
You are unmuted.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
They're handing you another set of documents. View those, look up when you're finished. Do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Another text thread between myself, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Kokowski.
And Trooper Koskowski is another trooper within your unit in the state police, is that correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could read from the first message sent, date and time, and the last message sent, date and time.
First message sent, date and time, 5/24/2022, 9:21 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, 8/24/2022, 4:56 p.m.
And as far as the number of messages indicated within this text chain between yourself, Trooper Kokowski, and Trooper DeChico,
494.
fair to say the documents before you do not contain 494 text messages, correct?
Correct.
Just in reference to that first page, 2635, first message sent, that's May 24th, 2022, around 9:21 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a message sent from Trooper Koskowski, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is that?
Appears to be a picture of a toy Santa Claus.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2644. If I could direct you to the bottom of the page, sir, you see the text from yourself at June 9th, 2022 at 11:19 p.m.
Yes.
Very bottom of the page. Your Honor, may I approach this to point it out?
Yes.
Yeah, I see it, sir. Okay.
If you could read what you wrote on June 9th, 2022, around that time, sir.
If you like women who shit themselves.
And again, sir, what is it that you're referring to there?
Again, a regrettable comment I made about Miss Reed's medical condition.
Now, if I could direct you to the following page, 2645. And again, if you could read from that page as far as who is, indicate to the jury who is speaking and what is being said on page 2645.
I'm speaking right now. The statement she made tonight at age 7 was mental. Thank Christ it was on BWC, which is body worn camera. Trooper Kokowski responds, that's her. Smoke. Trooper Kokowski again, what'd she say? I respond, said the Alberts beat the shit out of O'Keefe, left him for dead, and that's why her taillight was cracked. She's gross. Trooper DeChico, oh, fuck her, bitch.
Thank you, sir. May I approach you, retrieving Your Honor?
Yes.
And sir, with reference to that last bit as far as June 9th, 2022, what was going on that day in reference to this matter again?
Miss Reed was being processed at the Milton Barracks.
Thank you. I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Another set of documents. You recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Another text thread with members from my office, troopers.
And who are the troopers that are listed within that?
Trooper Chris Moore, Trooper Jeff Kokowski, Lieutenant John Fanning, Trooper David Chico, and Sergeant Yuri Bukhenik.
And what is the first message sent, date and time?
That would be 5/26/2022 at 8:19 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, 8/26/2022, 5:36 p.m.
And what is listed as far as the number of messages within this chain?
651.
And it's fair to say the documents before you do not contain all 651 of those messages within this chain. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2682. You see a message sent from Trooper DeChico on August 17th, 2022 at 9:42 p.m.
Yes.
And is that an image contained on the next page, which is 2683?
Yes, it is.
And what is the image of?
That is a picture of Mr. Yannetti, appears to be from quite some time ago.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2684. And there's a response from you, August 17th, 2022 at 9:44 p.m. Is that correct?
Sorry, so go the date and time again, please.
Sure. Page 2684, 8/17/2022, 9:44 p.m.
Yes.
You see there's like sort of three responses from you?
I have you now.
If you could just read the three responses from yourself, sir.
Okay, so these came from me. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. No nude so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Now, With reference to the investigation at this point, when you're talking about his client's phone, who are you referring to?
Miss Reed.
And with regards to the phone at that point, can you describe for the jury sort of what's going on during this time period of August 17, 2022 in regard to Ms. Reed's phone?
So after obtaining a search warrant for Miss Reed's phone, we weren't able to extract any data from it until August of 2023. Troopers in my office knew I was going through the phone that evening. I was most interested in location data, text messages, Google searches. That was the update I gave the troopers in the office. It was a distasteful joke. I should have gave a proper update instead of that. I wasn't able to go through the phone as thoroughly as possible because I came across some a text between an attorney and Miss Reed, so I had to stop going through her phone, and I made my supervisors aware of those communications.
Now, just in reference to what you had just said, this is in August of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
So after a search warrant is obtained for the defendant's phone, where did it go? You indicated you gave it to Trooper Garino, and where did it go from there?
Trooper Garino essentially hooks it up to a device called Great Key, where he tries every possible combination passcodes in order to access the data contained in the phone.
And at that time, when you retrieved it pursuant to the search warrant, you didn't have the passcode to the defendant's phone, is that correct?
Correct.
So that device is designed to sort of go through numbers and try to find a combination to get into the phone, correct?
Correct.
And so from the time that you had seized it in late January or on January 29, 2022 until this date in August of 2022, had you been able to get into the phone or see anything in the phone in those intervening months or 7 months between January and August?
No.
And so then at this time that you're sending this text message in August of 2022, is that around the time that you were first able to access the phone? Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, that was the first time we were able to have access to the phone.
And with reference to your access to the phone, were you looking for news or anything like that in regard to the defendant? Objection.
I'll allow it.
Told you it was
Like I stated, I was most interested in Miss Reed's location data, text communications, Google searches, things of that nature. More evidence contained within the phone.
And so, sir, you mentioned at some point you came across some information that caused you to sort of freeze your looking through the phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so, as far as that specific time period in August of 2022, when was the next time that you or any troopers from your office were able to actually look at any extraction of the defendant's phone?
So once I came across that text communication that took place on the 29th between Ms. Reed and an attorney, the phone had to be sent off to what they call a taint team to remove any attorney-client privilege information from the phone, and then it would be returned to us as well as defense received a copy of that as well. I'm not positive on the time. It was quite a long turnaround for that process to be completed.
Sometime at least in the spring or summer of 2023. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right.
May I approach to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Go retrieve your shit and say no more further questions.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
All right, so I'm going to see you at sidebar so I don't interrupt you. Cross.
I want to see you at sidebar so I don't interrupt your cross. Here we go. Here's part of the cross, Kevin. This is just part of it. We'll be watching the rest of it tomorrow. Well, if you're here in the day. Because I'm going to do the day. I'm going to do day 23 and 24 tomorrow. So day 23 is going to be during the day and day 24 is going to be at night. And then Sunday, I'm just going to go through the last little what do you call it? The last of the people that we didn't go through that we need to watch before the trial. Like the Emmy. The Emmy's great. That's a good one. The Emmy she even tells you like she can't. He didn't show the typical signs she would see in a pedestrian strike. Because he has no injuries from here down and only his right arm. Which you can't tell me that pattern, abrasions a taillight would do, Hey, get away from that. Now. I don't need you licking all on my stuff. You already freaking chewed the hell out of it. Dumbass dog. Told you I don't want you up by my robe. 'Cause you chew on it. I don't know what's in my eye that makes me. Come on already. Jeez, I thought we were already there. It's these sidebars that really be pissing me off.
Super Proctor, in the summer of 2022, August 17th specifically, you were sitting at your desk, presumably alone at your office, at about 10 p.m. at night. Super Proctor, in the summer of 2022, August 17th specifically, you were sitting at your desk, presumably. Super Proctor, in the summer of 2022, August 17th specifically, you were sitting at your desk, presumably alone at your office. Super Proctor, in the summer.
Oh my God!
Super Proctor, in the summer of 2022, August 17th specifically, you were sitting at your desk, presumably alone. Super Proctor, in the summer of 2022, August 17th specifically, you were sitting at your desk, presumably alone at your office, at about 10 p.m. at night, going through my client's personal cell phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, you were sitting there texting with your friends and colleagues at Massachusetts State Police about you going through her personal cell phone. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And that included Trooper DeChico, is that right?
DeChico, yes, sir.
Trooper Fanning, Trooper Bukhenik, Trooper Moore, and Trooper Katzkowski.
Kakowski.
Tell me that again?
Kakowski.
Kakowski.
Yes, sir.
All right, all the consonants are silent. Fair enough. Trooper Fanning and Trooper Bukhenik are your supervisors.
Yes.
Same with
And you were
Tully.
bragging to all 5 of them that you were going through Karen Read's cell phone about 9:45 at night.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that right?
No, I wasn't bragging, sir.
How did you refer to Miss Read in that text exchange where you informed them that you were going through her phone?
I use regrettable language. I said going through his retarded client's phone right now.
You were shown a photograph
You wouldn't have
of my
never
colleague,
said that if you were
Mr. United,
regretting
correct?
it.
Yes.
You're only regretting it because you got caught.
Same document.
Because the feds fucking found
Your
it.
Honor, I think the court has the copy that I was going to use.
Oh, I thought I gave him back to you.
Because the feds were investigating the investigation.
You'd received a photograph. Actually, Your Honor, if I could, I would ask that this document be marked as next in order. Assuming the witness verifies its authenticity.
So go ahead.
Do you recognize this document?
I do, sir.
Same document that you were shown, copy of the same document that you were shown by Mr. Yannetti, correct?
Still Lally.
I've done that twice. Mr. Lally.
Correct.
All right. Is that a true and accurate reflection of the text messages that you were exchanging with Chris Moore, Jeff Kakowski, John Fanning, Vito DeChico, and Yuri Bukhenik?
Yes.
I'd ask this be marked.
Okay, any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll see you outside on there. Have that, please.
Oh my Lord. Because it makes you look bad? What are we doing this again for?
You are unmuted.
5, 6, 7, Your Honor.
Okay. And then I would ask you to give it back to the witness, please.
Thanks.
We're just going to put it on the board. We're going to put it on the board. Let's all read it together.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico had sent you a photograph of my colleague, Mr. Yannetti, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, because of a technical issue, I'm not going to display on the television. May I display this hard copy briefly? Sure. Thank you. You see that, gentlemen?
I do, sir.
Is that the photograph that you received?
Yes.
Is that what you referred to on direct examination with Mr. Lally about receiving a photograph from Mr. Yannetti?
Correct.
And then your response was what?
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
Oh, you hate that man. You hate that man. You truly hate that man. Why? Let's find
Actually,
out
your
why.
response was, I'm going through his retarded client's phone right now, correct?
Yes, after the picture, sir, yes.
Who's the retarded client?
was referring to Miss Reed, again, unprofessional language.
I'm asking who you're referring to.
Miss
I know
Reed.
you've got an explanation. Who was it you were referring to as retarded?
Miss Reed.
Karen Read, the woman sitting to my left.
Yes, sir.
The subject of your investigation as a professional, correct?
Yes, sir.
As an unbiased, objective investigator. The person that you were investigating, you referred to your bosses as retarded, correct?
Again, poor language on my part.
Poor language is one way to put it. Completely offensive is another way to put it, right?
Objection.
I've got to sustain that, Mr. Jackson.
After you referred to my client as retarded, then you decided to make a comment about Mr. Yannetti, her lawyer, correct?
Correct.
And what did you say about Mr. Yannetti again?
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
I hate that man. I truly hate him, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say I dislike him, disagree with him. You said I hate him, correct?
Correct, sir.
That's a visceral response to someone who's just doing a job, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Sure. Let me ask it this way. Were you upset or annoyed or pissed off that Karen Read had gotten representation, legal representation, to represent her?
No, not at all. That's all right.
Oh, he was.
Well, let me ask you this. In August of 2022, you said you absolutely hate it, correct?
I don't know if I used absolutely. I didn't use absolutely, sir.
You used truly, correct?
Truly, yes.
How do you feel about it now? You're sitting right there.
I still don't care for him, no.
I'll let it stand.
What did you tell your colleagues that you were looking for as you sat at almost 10 p.m. at night on a Wednesday night, August 17th, 2022, looking through Karen Read's phone?
But this is her son's
I didn't tell them I was looking through anything. They knew I was going through Miss Reed's phone. I provided a inappropriate joke as an update. They knew I was going through location data, text messages, Google searches. But like I had mentioned earlier, I had stuck.
Except for Proctor, none of that really professional sounding stuff ended up in your comments to your bosses.
Nope.
Did it?
Again, it was a poor joke.
Is that yes or no?
It did not, no.
It did not.
No,
As a
sir.
matter of fact, what did you write after you talked about going through the, quote, retarded client's phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No nude so far.
No nudes so far, correct?
Correct.
And you said that to your bosses.
Yes, sir.
You were looking for naked photographs of Miss Reed on a Wednesday night as you sat in your office at 9:44 p.m. Correct?
No, not correct.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever looked for naked photos of a male suspect that you were investigating?
I don't look for naked photos on anyone's phones.
Oh.
But you said you were looking for nudes of Miss Reed.
Like I said, Mr. Jackson, it was an inappropriate joke.
Sir, this is a citizen. She's a woman. You were supposed to be objectively investigating. Does your text message to your colleagues at Massachusetts State Police reflect an objective investigation of a citizen?
Objection.
You can get part of that question and ask again.
Do you believe that your text messages were reflective of an objective investigator?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you believe that, Trooper Proctor?
I believe poor jokes have, in unprofessional language, have no bearing on the integrity and the facts and physical evidence of this case.
Bullshit.
It's not that they don't have any bearing on the facts and integrity. It's that they have no place in a professional investigation because it shows bias, right?
Objection.
So I have to sustain that as asked. Go ahead and ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating Karen Read as objectifying her, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Isn't that right?
Rephrase the question, please.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating her as objectifying her in those moments, correct?
Again, Mr. Jackson, it was a poor choice of words and a joke that I should not have texted out, but from the start of the investigation,
He hates Mr. Jackson now too after this too.
we didn't know what we had.
And your, Trooper Proctor, your point in saying no nudes so far to your colleagues in Massachusetts State Police was to suggest that you were looking for nudes and you'd update them when you found them.
Did
correct?
they reprimand
Incorrect.
you?
Well, let me ask you a question. Did you find any nudes of
Again,
Karen Read?
I didn't go through the photo, sir.
Did you find any nudes of Karen Read?
I didn't go through the photo, sir.
You were successful in your quest.
I came across text messages from Miss Reed to another attorney on January 29th, so I had to stop looking through her phone.
So you got sidetracked before you could get to the naked pictures of Miss Reed. Is that what you're saying?
Sustained.
To be clear, when you sent those text messages on that group chat, those text messages included, as we said, or as you said, not one but two of your supervisors, correct?
Correct.
Were you ever reprimanded for your conduct in sending that text message?
Objection.
So
You better use
that's
the
sustained. Do we need to go to sidebar based on what you told me earlier?
We do not.
Okay, so
I'll ask it a different way.
okay.
Did either Trooper Fanning or Trooper Bukhenik dress you down in a responsive text message in that text thread for doing something so abhorrent as looking for nudes or referring to nudes of a female suspect or subject of your investigation? Did that ever happen?
Not that I can recall.
As a matter of fact,
Don't you
in reference
start
to
your
one of the text messages in
BS,
this same
lads.
thread, your boss,
Right.
Bukhenik, actually responded to the photo of Mr. Yannetti, didn't he?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
That's your opinion.
He did, sir.
My opinion says differently.
After you received the photo,
It's okay.
that's when you said, I'm, quote, funny, I'm
I
going
don't
through his
call you
retarded
dumb
client's
as
phone.
fuck
Is that right?
for,
Objection.
in the way you think.
For this, but not too many more.
Sure. Is that correct? It's on the top of page
Yes, sir.
685.
That's correct.
And your Bukhenik liked that comment. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone.
I see you laughed at an image here, sir. I can't tell if he liked that comment, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
I don't know if it's just because it's faded or... Yeah, my copy's faded.
Top 2685. You can use my copy if that helps.
Thank you.
What do you see on the top of that page?
That Sergeant Bukhenik liked it.
Like what?
The going through his retarded client's phone, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll take my copy.
There you go.
So your supervisors at Massachusetts State Police not only didn't ride you for making comments like this, encouraged it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Yep. We did.
Trooper Proctor, this is your direct chain of command. Is that right? You're Bukhenik?
Yes, sir.
These common comments don't belong
Did you
in the
believe
investigation. I
that
don't care what
your
anyone
conduct
thinks.
was a misuse of your authority and power
If
as
it
you were going
was
through
their
the phone
family
in August of
member, they'd
2022?
think differently.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, I had a warrant signed by a district clerk, Stoughton district clerk, to go through Miss Reed's phone. I don't think it was an abuse of power. I had every right to go through that phone.
Did the warrant say anything about looking for nudes of my client?
Objection.
Did it
No,
say anything about that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
So that would be an abuse of the power that was given to you by the court, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, you'd agree that the hallmark of any
Like I said, there's
good investigation,
people that
as you've been
believe
taught and others
guilty.
in Massachusetts State Police have been taught,
I know
is that the
that I
investigation and the
wouldn't want
investigator
anybody
have to be fair. They have to be
my
impartial.
death
Would you agree with that?
or
Yes, sir.
anyone
Meaning
that
that the
I
investigation
love
has to be free.
death like this. So, yeah. That's what I'm
Of
saying.
conflicts, right?
Yes, sir.
The investigator has to be free of conflicts, right?
Yes.
The investigation has to be free of bias. Is that right?
Correct.
You can't be biased against the person that you're investigating. That would compromise the entire thing, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Basically, you follow the evidence. You're supposed to follow the evidence wherever it takes you, right?
Correct.
Good or bad, top to bottom, just follow the evidence and report it back. That's how an investigation is supposed to be run, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And these are things that you learn early on at Massachusetts State Police Academy and then in your detective training. Isn't that right?
It is.
Literally, it's part of an oath that you took at the academy that you will, quote, faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all of the duties incumbent on you as a Massachusetts State Police trooper, right?
Yes, sir.
You swore that oath.
I did.
When you start an investigation, everybody in that investigation should be treated exactly the same. Don't you believe that's true?
Correct.
Everybody, have you ever heard the phrase, everybody's a suspect until they're not?
Right?
Yes,
Objection.
Sustained.
exactly.
It's especially
Everyone,
important early in an investigation.
no
before
matter
all of the facts are known,
whether he went in the house
that the
or not,
investigator is not
everybody
compromised by bias.
should have been
prejudice,
treated
right?
like a suspect.
Correct.
And the
Most
evidence should
important
have
early
been
in the
followed.
investigation, because that's when the most things are up in the air. There's the cloud, the fog of not knowing exactly what the truth is, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah.
In other words, Trooper Proctor, you don't get to pick a suspect and then try to find evidence to support your choice, right?
Correct.
But in this case,
But in this case, you did that. You picked a suspect, and then you made the evidence fit.
it's exactly what you did, isn't it?
Absolutely not.
All right, Mr. Jackson, why don't we end for today?
This is a good place to end. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
All right, so folks, we're off tomorrow. Those same 3 cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about the case, please disregard it, let us know. We'll see you Wednesday morning. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, right now, it's anticipated.
Okay. It's over. So we'll watch the rest of Cross in the morning time. And then the day 24 at nighttime. And then I will go through like certain testimony to get us up to speed. Because the defense witnesses will just wait till the trial. But the rest of the Commonwealth witnesses, that whatever we'll do. But so day 23 in the morning or in the daytime, day 24 at nighttime. All right. Thank you, everybody that came through. Hit the like, share, subscribe, all that great stuff. Even the ones that don't agree with me. Like I'm not telling you to agree with me. If you follow the case, you'll know that there was no proper investigation, no matter who freaking did it. Whether you think she's guilty or not, he deserved a proper investigation. This one was whack. And had it been my family member, I would have been pissed the fuck off. And wouldn't have believed but no bullshit. But anyways, like I end every stream, let the ones you love and care about know that you love and care about them. Because tomorrow is never promised. And, yeah. Beware out there. Bye.